Good evening, everybody. For those of you on Twitter, you know I needed to take some time to myself, so we're starting a bit later than what I wanted to. It's all for good reasons. So let me just take a quick second here and make sure we're tagged up properly. So we've got Old World on. We have got our quality options. Now, there's a little bit of housekeeping to do, but I don't think it needs to be done off the top. It's probably a little bit better if I actually have human beings in here to hear it. The reason why I needed to take some time at the start of the stream is a purely good one, but it didn't mean, just in terms of working out the timings with everybody, I needed, I needed some time. How you doing, Algrins? So I did want to take a quick second here and talk about Hooded Horse, because I am playing Old World. Now, Old World's a bit of a complicated situation for me because I had played that back when it was an Epic exclusive. Tremendously enjoyed it. But I was given a key not just for Old World, but also the DLC, Heroes of the Aegean, and now the Sacred and the Profane. So it feels fair to say, even though, obviously I'm an early fan of Old World, and I can, credit both Mohawk as well as Hooded Horse, the publisher, with letting me stream this game. This was a bit of a weird one just because in terms of who gave me the key or where the interest came from. I mean, I've been interested in this game back when it was called 10 Crowns, and Soren Johnson was kind of giving some GDC talks about some of the ideas behind it. So in any case, I'm a big fan of it, but as always, you want to disclose, when you've received something of value for promotional purposes. And I'm obviously very grateful to both Mohawk and Hooded Horse, and particularly Hooded Horse, because I really feel like, number one, they've just been storming out of the gates with great stuff. I think they've really demonstrated what value a publisher can bring in terms of just sort of identifying an audience and being able to connect people with the things that they find interesting. But, for me as a broadcaster, obviously I'm not somebody who you give a key to so that you can sort of rent an audience. I'm small, and this has actually been a problem with some people, even that I've had sort of a long-standing relationship with. And so I'm actually very grateful that I've heard from them enough that I sort of feel quite comfortable having this dedicated Monday. It's not just a strategy Monday anymore, but in fact it is it's essentially become a Hooded Horse Monday, and it's something that certainly I'm very happy to keep going with. But with that in mind, I thought I would also talk a little bit about a few Hooded Horse things that I was actually on the fence about doing, but I really wanted to keep going with Old World, particularly because I want to get back to Terra Invicta. But we are currently enjoying Steam Next Fest, and there's a number of games that I think a lot of you are looking forward to, which are participating in it, which are which are going to be published by Hooded Horse. So probably one of the more noteworthy ones is Xenonauts 2. Now, I'm ashamed to admit I have not actually played Xenonauts 1. And it's one that I think I'd actually like a lot. I'm going to take a quick second here. So when I take a look on Steam and I look at the demo section for Hooded Horse, I see Nebulous Fleet Command, The Way of Wrath, an Old World demo, but of course, Old World's available now. Clanfolk, again, that's one that's currently available. Alliance of Sacred Sons, Capital Command, and Against the Storm. I believe, Against the Storm is available for purchase, as is Capital Command. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Alliance of Sacred Sons is something you can purchase. Or is not something you can purchase. So I might be off on a couple of these in terms of when you can buy them. Either way, though, definitely there is some new stuff coming in 2022, but some things that you can play as part of Steam Next Fest. And under normal circumstances, this is exactly the sort of thing that I would be doing. However, I do want to also give due time to the games that I already have on my plate. I did also want to take a quick moment for those of you that are not familiar. This is not Hooded Horse related, but for those of you who are interested in some of the other stuff that I cover. Obviously, we had a chance to play the Book of Hours early draft demo. That's also participating as part of NextFest. I tremendously enjoyed it, and to give you an idea of how much support that has gotten, I believe the version we were playing was 2022 to A7, and it is now up to 2022 2022 to A14. So it's been getting a lot of support to sort of help fix out a few bugs. There were a couple of things that I just sort of misunderstood the labels for. So in this case, I suspect I misattributed to them to bugs. But either way, it's something I highly recommend that you check out, particularly if you checked out the site, checked out the channel because of Cultist Simulator. And the last thing I just wanted to draw your attention to is Industries of Titan, which I like this game quite a bit. And it's fair to say that the game is different from what I think people were expecting at the at the outset of early access. And this happens sometimes, right? But I will maybe share, on last Wednesday, I tried to highlight that if you've bought the game on Steam, your review counts for more. Basically, when you take a look at like the orange text or the blue text or whatever, you have, just these, basically it'll kind of tell you whether or not people are going to be making some buying decisions. Like generally it's going to give you an idea of the quality of the game. And unfortunately, the recent reviews have fallen since the last time we were talking about. And it's currently sitting in mixed under recent reviews. And I'll be honest with you, like I kind of understand that the game is not for everyone, but I do feel that mixed, especially for the overall rating, which is still mostly positive, I'm not entirely sure that's a fair representation of Industries of Titan. And I have to assume that at least some of this is people being grouchy over having something that they wanted and getting, I got to be careful about this, right? Like, obviously, if somebody misrepresents what a game is going to be, there's maybe some justification in terms of, being able to express that. But essentially, for criticizing the game for not being something that it wasn't pretending to be, that's a little bit harder to take, in my opinion. So I did want to take a quick minute here and do a little bit of advocacy for Industries of Titan. And in fact, this can apply to any game that you really enjoy. If you are somebody who has bought a game and you like it on Steam, I actually do recommend that you take some time and leave a review for it. I know Steam has been trying to encourage people to do this. And one of the reasons I want to highlight that is because it can make the difference, but more importantly, because as an owner of a Steam copy, as opposed to one that you buy through like Humble or you get as, a developer key or something like that, you can actually have an outsized influence in terms of your ability to move a game one way or the other. And that's positive as well as negative, right? If you leave a negative review, it does also mean that negative review has an outsized influence. And in the end, people are going to decide what matters to them and how they want to engage with their games. However, I do have some pretty clear ideas of what I think is fair or unfair. So for instance, if I were to criticize Old World for not doing the modern era, I'm not entirely sure that's a very legitimate or justified criticism. If I play Old World and I say, okay, look, the order system is confusing, or the combat feels unfair, or whatever, that, I suppose, I mean, in the end, these are matters of taste, right? Like, the fact of the matter is, and I know I need to appreciate this, like, everyone is not going to have the same tastes as you. And so in the case of a game where more people may dislike it than like it, obviously as a fan of something, it's going to be a little hard to take, right? And I want to be sort of respectful of people's preferences along those lines as well. But it is very difficult sometimes for me to look at what's being said about Industries of Titan. And this is true for a few other games, just as Industries of Titan is the more recent one. And to see this, it's hard not to get the impression that people are being fed this story that there was somehow some massive bait and switch that was performed, particularly with regards to features that were cut. Because I actually went back to the original post, and it was 2 features that got cut in addition to the campaign mode being added. And I think it's fair to say that, if you disagree with that direction for a game, you're going to be mad about that, right? Like the example I always give is that Sunless Sea apparently had turn-based combat originally, and there's going to be a group of people who kind of to their dying day talk about how Sunless Sea was ruined because they got rid of the turn-based combat and went to real time. But clearly, Sunless Sea was a successful game, and most people seem to have appreciated the change. I mean, I don't sort of sit down and say, oh yes, Sunless Sea, that famous ship combat game, right? But in the end, there are going to be people who are unhappy with these sorts of things. And I sort of feel that what's happened is that there is a narrative that's sort of been pushed out that I'm not entirely as sure to the developer. And, my answer to that is, if you like a game, and particularly if you see that it's being subjected to, might not be very fair criticism, one of the ways that you can offset that is by sharing your own positive reviews. And, I'm obviously talking about Titan here, but that can apply to anything up to and including Old World. How you doing, Olaf? Where are we? Sorry, I had Old World all queued up and then I started monologuing. There we go. Oh, this is interesting. Damaged workers take an extra turn to build improvements. I've sometimes left my workers hurt for no real special reason. Okay, King Pharaoh has died. The funerary procession for King Pharaoh the Noble stretches back to the capital as mourners wail and beat their breasts. You are approached by a delegation of the Manichaean leaders who want to indelibly record the life of the deceased believer in their annals. How should Pharaoh be remembered? We can record him as a keen and generous patron of the arts. Now, this is a little bit less important for the capital compared to some of the other regions, but still a decent one. He was a friend of the people, a part of the community. So getting rid of the discontent is also a good one. Or ask to be left in your grief. I think I'm going to go for the culture. Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky one with... I did play a little bit of the original Fortnite, and obviously they had tremendous success with the Battle Royale mode, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe they have... quote-unquote finished it and is no longer a free-to-play game. I believe it is a paid expansion now, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Your coronation brings obviously you put $150 towards it, so I'm sure you can tell me how it turned out, but... Your coronation brings delegations from all across Carthage. These subjects have brought a selection of fine gifts from their home villages. However, the visitors stipulate that they will only give you their gifts if they will be used in great royal works. What gift should we accept? So we can accept granite to build stelae carved with laws, accept steel to equip an elite guard, accept ebony to study its strange properties, or kill them and take everything. So I've got there's two options that I'm thinking of here. So it's always nice to have science, but if I go for the granite, you can see that my stone is really short, and I'm almost certainly going to use that sooner than later. So let's accept the granite. Commander archetype. Your leader, King Rabbid the New, is a commander archetype. Idle units receive an additional 10 XP per turn under a commander leader, and infantry units an additional 10% defense. As general, a commander leader grants 20% attack to adjacent units and 50% attack when flanking. I'll make the best use of my leader based on their archetype. Spymaster missions. You can use your Spymaster to conduct secret missions. Just select the portrait of your Spymaster in the top right. You will see their available actions in the panel on the left side of the screen. A Spymaster can execute missions like infiltrate nations, steal research, assassinate, and more. Alright. Lots to do and lots to catch up with. So, first things first, I do want to assign a general. Yeah, so we can't do anything with this guy yet. Now, one of the things I'm going to want to try and do is protect this chariot. So I either need to wipe everyone out, or I need to pull back, or both. Weapons of war. Our forces arrived in the Scythian stronghold just in time. Signs suggest that the Scythians were preparing for a massive sustained invasion of our lands. Luckily, most of the weapons remain in an unused stockpile. What shall we do with this discovery? Arm our soldiers for the coming wars, or break the weapons down for materials? Let's get another warrior. Okay, now we want to deal with the barbarian threat. I'm a little worried I might get taken out by these guys. Okay. Lots of stuff to do. So, now let's just take a second here and see what the agent's going to do, because I have a feeling, we got a few messages here. Vanguard Master, good to see you. And how many cities do you usually have in a game? Is there a sweet spot? That's a really good question, Groot Dorium. Groot Dorlum. I think I got that wrong the last time you stopped by, too. I don't have a fixed number for myself, so much as a general guideline. So I also think this is true for most people who kind of talk about the overall structure of Old World. The low-hanging fruit is obviously the city sites that you just are lying around. The next step is to take out city sites that are controlled by like proper barbarians, like the red colored ones. And then finally there are the tribes, and essentially what it kind of comes down to is your first like medium-term goal is probably to get to a point where you can start taking city sites from these tribes. So to a certain extent, right, more cities is good, just because, again, that's more production, that gives you more opportunities to do things. And I think the focus is a little bit less on the number and a bit more on what are your most realistic expansion options. So for instance here, I went to war with a group not necessarily because I felt like I needed to go to war with them, so much as the fact that the Assyrians went to war with them, and I wanted a point where I could take Lixus, Gadir, and then whatever this city is going to become. I wanted to make sure that that was something that remained in my possession as opposed to was used by Assyria. So again, I have to acknowledge that I'm not really answering your question here. But it's mostly just because I think there's a little bit of nuance in terms of what you're asking. And I think usually the idea is as many cities as you can get, conditional on your ability to sort of get and hold them. But yeah, in terms of a fixed number for a sweet spot, I don't really have one. Right now I'm sitting on 8, which is actually quite a few for me. Okay, so I wanted to think a bit about the agent. Okay, this kind of tells me what I already know. I'm just trying to think if there's, like, do I want to put sort of my A players in as an agent, or do I maybe want to hold back a bit? So for instance, this science. I think I'll split the difference and put Emmett Ball. I think I'm just gonna keep a presence here as opposed to actually trying to cause trouble. Hey, no worries, Vanguard Master. I know you've got a lot on your plate right now, so I appreciate you hanging out. Okay. So we're working on our siege here. Let's get the Patriarch to convert some people. Oh, hang on. Patriarch does not yet like me enough. That can't be right. Oh no, he's cautious, so the religion likes me. Patriarch less so. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to direct... okay, I don't think Baelbad's available there, so let's get the Chancellor to do the job then. Oh, am I getting this wrong? Okay, let's just click on him, so... Definitely influencing with my character. So yeah, my Chancellor's really only good at family gifts. We don't need to worry about the family gifts. I think we're gonna leave the... Yeah, I think we're going to leave the rest of those. So, I should already be Manaki. Whoa! I do want to convert people where I can. Now, can I just make Bodstart... Okay, got it. So if I want to convert people, that's an action that my ruler takes. In this case, I still think influencing the head of the religion is the right call there. I'm going to leave everybody else be, because there's actually a few military matters that we need to take care of. So, the elephant can't quite make... I mean, if I have to, I can do stuff with the elephant, but... we'll move them up. Maybe we'll use the extra moves, but I want to get through the rest of my actions first. Okay, so no problem softening them up. Now, I suppose I was going to be moving these guys onto the battlefield. I got some other priorities to work on right now. If I can, I think probably spending the... Oh, this is interesting. So we have more citizens than we know what to do with here. I think I'm just going to leave this here. All right, call to worship. The leaders of the Libeum have been reflecting on the future path of the city, and having heard of the wisdom of the Jewish priests and the Christian priests, invited a delegation of each to move to the city. The two groups of clergy are quickly at odds and refuse to share the city. Which religion will lend their wisdom to Lilybaeum? So we can invite the Jewish delegation, the Christian delegation, or send my administration to give guidance instead. So we want my religion, not anyone else's. Okay, I have the option of building the museum. I also can build the necropolis. So museum will give me extra science, so let's work on that. It's going to cost 6,000 gold, but it'll be worth it. Wonders do count towards the... so the victory conditions. Okay, so they're encouraging me to put down a hamlet here. It's actually hard to disagree, just given the need for more urban tiles. But I think in this case I'm actually going to put down... Oh, nope, it won't let me put down a barracks. Okay. I probably should be making a few more of my own independent decisions here, but... So we've got 3 orders left. I don't think it hurts for me to move the... Actually, hang on. If it's 3 orders left, how about we give you a forced march? I would have loved to have taken out this unit, but... Duke Abdosir, your son, has a new illegitimate son, Pharaohan. Sutarna the minister is converted to Manichaeism. Your assassins have failed to kill the prophet Jonah. Worse yet, your ignoble plot has been exposed. -2 legitimacy for the and the prophet Jonah tried to assassinate me has -80 opinion. All right, not great. I hate that I'm doing this, but I am going to take the free maceman. So, I mean, now we need to kill Jonah because he knows we tried to kill him. Okay, now, this is going to be a little tricky here because one of the things that I need to do is make sure that it's the ruler that's doing the killing blows. Okay, that's good enough for me. And that's because of our legacy, right? We want to... There's two legacies from Pharaoh and the Noble. One is to control 3 amphitheaters, and the other one is to kill 10 units using the ruler as sort of a leader. So, few things that need to happen before that can be done. Price of Lixus. How much is Lixus worth? A group of Assyrian diplomats have arrived, offering to form an alliance or enter the war with Hatti if you would be willing to give up the city. What answer will you give to Puzur-Ashur's emissaries? Decline the diplomatic offer. All right, Agent Amitbal of Nora is now your agent in Tushan. As dedicated agent, she can perform insurrection and treachery missions, which will siphon off a percentage of the city's yields, depending on the ratings of Agent Amitbal of Nora. For example, her wisdom will determine how much science she will gather. You can choose agent missions to perform from the Agent Character panel, the Spy Master's Characters panel, or even directly from the city in question by clicking the Agent button beneath the city banner. I will task Agent Amitbal of Nora with an insurrection or treachery mission in Tushan. Now, it's actually not a bad idea for me to put some effort into disrupting the Assyrians, because they are the most likely faction for me to go to war with, and to have trouble with, incidentally. But I also kind of need to pick my battles here. There's quite a bit that I need to get through. So, all right, now I'm really interested here in this clergy tutorial. So, tutorial clergy. As various gods spread through Carthage, so do the people who claim to serve and interpret the divine. There are different clergy characters for different religions, whether pagan priests, magi, konim, bishops, or the elects. Cannot marry, excluded from succession, cannot be a courtier, cannot be a family head, 25% chance to become the religion head, plus 20 Manichaean opinion, minus 20 opinion from debauched characters, plus 20 opinion from ascetic characters. All right, giving clergy characters a job in your court will improve their religion's opinion of you, and they can also quell religious dissent for their particular religion. The head of a religion can make a character of your choosing a member of the clergy through the Induct into Clergy mission. I will use Sutarna to improve religious relations and to quell dissent. Or I will remember this for the future. Nope, we will induct them. Trusted Council. The members of your council have gathered together to discuss the state of affairs in Carthage. Your spy master, Munitbal, is seated, an aura of implacable and reassuring calm surrounding her. Chancellor Balzabel looks away as you enter. Ambassador Amedelkart gives you an indifferent glance. Shall we begin? Personal opinions aside, each has their own suggestion for the best steps to guide Carthage. Will you take their counsel? So my spy master suggests exploring hidden routes of the world. So the ambition there is 80% of the map. We've currently explored 32%. So I'm going to need to build a lot more explorers if I want to do that. Balzabel wants to update our economic power. Ambition, discover doctrine and fiscal policy. Oh, interesting. And then develop towns along trade routes to other nations. So towns, I believe, are upgraded hamlets. So I want to take a second here on the research screen. So I just need to find out where fiscal policy is. So doctrine's within our reach, right? The question is, where's fiscal policy? Right there. So that's definitely a harder for one for us to get, because we're going to need to go through scholarship. Okay, sorry. Cartography, scholarship, jurisprudence, then fiscal policy. I am going to try doctrine and fiscal policy still, though. Okay, so the fastest way for me to level up. What am I missing here? Oh, right, I've already done my attack, of course. So you might be wondering why I'm doing this in such a daft way. It's purely so that I can get the benefit of having a unit that my leader can kill. So I'm going to put you back into port so you can heal. A lot of this is going to be about finishing the military work. Okay, somebody's got to stay home. I might find some use for those guys. I'm always happy to promote. I should also be promoting more of these, more of my units. We'll make that a ward. I want to try and get these upgrades out of the way as quickly as I can. Okay, we only have one order left, so let's take a look and see if there are... Yes, there are more... idle workers. We'll leave it for next year. Now, at some point, I'm going to need to build settlers to reclaim or to claim these city sites, but we'll take this one step at a time. Okay, we have completed the legacy to control 3 amphitheaters. Now, that only gives us 5 legitimacy because it's a legacy mission. But General Hiram the Soldier, General the War Elephant has died in the field, and the influence mission has led to an event. Influence of Terror. You corner Patriarch Baelbad the Greedy in a hallway of the palace late at night. He has proven a tough man to track down. Beads of sweat dot his face as you pressure him into a personal alliance. Your attempt at persuasion is going badly. Perhaps you should take a different tack and rely on your terrifying presence to bend Baelbad to your will. Yes, he must fear me. This is not the way. I'm not virtuous. So I'm fierce and proud, or this conversation is yet salvageable. Well, they count as pleased, so let's keep bullying the the Patriarch if it does what we need it to. So I do want to win over. So one thing that I want to do is win over the leaders of factions, and then I would also like to. Win over my generals. The court mourns. Today we grieve the death of Hiram the Soldier, a member of the Carthaginian court. His spirit will be venerated, and his deeds will be remembered. Tax surplus. Salde's treasury overflows with gold. The city's leaders call for immediate funding of key projects. What should they do with these extra funds? We could save the gold for later, hand out a bonus to the military, or give it to our most talented scholars. Definitely we want to put the points in the science so that we can pursue our objectives. Ravi is you and the general of the warrior. I think I'm going to put the points into wisdom just so I can get rid of the kind of the marks down. And let's take a look at our options here. So doctrine's probably the most obvious choice. I just want an idea here on fiscal policy. So cartography, jurisprudence, lantern sail, and scholarship, citizenship, phalanx. My God. That's going to be a hard journey. But we can start with doctrine. Okay, so we've got a settler unit. Now, we don't have anything else to settle over here, but we've certainly no shortage of regions that we want to claim for ourselves on this side of the map. God, I love the music for this. A real gamer, 12th of their name. Come to lurk and commit war crimes as Clan Molder in Warhammer 3. I played a little bit of that. I feel like I should have put more time into Warhammer than I did. But thank you very much for lurking. It's always appreciated, and I hope you enjoy your time in Warhammer. I think I'm going to build the range here. Okay, so this is the amphitheater we finished. And it feels a little silly to do this, but I am going to build the mine just because it's a good site for a mine. As for the rest of it, they really want me to build a quarry here. I think I'm going to opt for the hamlet, though, for the extra urban tiles. Okay, now we've learned our lesson. We want to heal our workers before anything else. Oops. Let's give you the free promotion. Now known as Rabbi the Warrior. Obviously, we'll get as many people healing as we can. Now, I can't seem to upgrade. Right, we can't upgrade because of the healing. This one needs a general, but let's heal them first. Okay, poet's done in the city. We don't have any spare citizens, which is good. That's usually where I want it to be. We will now build a forum. I do want to do a little bit more military, but I also want to make sure I'm not neglecting my infrastructure. So, and we're out of orders. Okay, so I feel like we're starting to look up a little bit. That guy did not last long. News arrives from Assyria. King Puzur Ashur the Just of Assyria is dead. The new ruler, Queen Libalai Sharat the New of Assyria, has taken the throne. In their opinion of me, is pleased. Hadi is now at war with the Thracians. Reports of a tribal raid from a Scythian bastion near Lilybaeum, so more of this nonsense. Shemshai the minister has converted to Carthaginian paganism. Damn it! The prophet Jonah has died. You have successfully assassinated the prophet Jonah, and no one suspects a thing. And Sutarna the minister has been inducted into the clergy. Visiting Libali Sharat. With the death of King Puzur Ashur the Just of Assyria, the rule of Assyria has passed to Queen Libali Sharat, the New of Assyria. Once the murmurs of shock from the court die down, the messenger reveals the main purpose of her visit. Libali Sharat has invited you to visit Assyria on a diplomatic trip to visit the new ruler's land. How shall you use the opportunity? We can try to befriend them, but that will come at the cost of some legitimacy. Use this as a chance to spy and learn about their lands, or we can refuse to attend. Now, I don't like losing legitimacy, but I do like being on good terms with people, so we will give up a little legitimacy in order to build a friendship. Now, we have how many cities for each of my... Okay, so we've got 3, 2, and 3. So in this case, we pretty much have to... now this is interesting. Now, I'm not too upset about having to build a city for the Hanoids. It is worth noting, though, that we will have a bullion resource in this city site. So let's start with this. Well, we found Hadi. They are going to be able to beat the crap out of us, though. Okay, so knowing what I know now, Statesman will give me more orders. Yeah, I feel like the Didonian city's better here. And we've discovered the Armadus River, so additional legitimacy. Okay, Patriarch is idle, so let's keep converting people to... Oh, nope, that's already underway. Okay, so the thing I really want to be focusing on here is keeping my ruler in as much combat as possible. Now, I'm securing this site from... Actually, I'm curious. Yeah, that's going to convert in 2 turns, so I want to hold that for myself. Okay. Let's get some healing in. Well, there's my free maceman. Let's see what we can do with my... I want to see what I can do with my... It's actually my workers that I want to work with first. We do have a pretty cool military, though, so I'm happy about that. So I think the smartest thing for me to do would be to find another... Like, basically, I want to try and make a bridge of ships as much as I can, so it's good for 1, 2, 3, probably. 1, 2, 3, yeah. So 1, 2, 3. That works pretty well. Apparently not. Okay, don't have a lot of good options here. I think I'm going to build another settler. So we've got a settler being built in Lilybaeum. Already a gardener in Carthago. So the important thing to remember here is, like, so I don't mind investing a lot in settlers as long as they're getting me something. But we had the, so we've secured these positions. Well, okay, we haven't secured them. We've founded cities, and then we will secure them by, you know, building military units to hold them. But in terms of expansion, so the next spot for expansion is this place right here. Now, I do want to take out the Thracians. I am at war with them. But the question is this going to be something that happens in the short term? And honestly, no. I'm actually much more likely to take out Hatti, which only has one city, if I recall correctly. No, 2 developing cities. Yeah, it's actually possible I may take out Hatti first, just because the Thracians are more on the way, if anything. So let's start with production. So I think traditionally we go for a worker. Okay, decision time. So we've already got quarries here. This is a range. So I'm wondering, can I get away with building a garrison? No, you can't build a citadel either. I feel like I need to understand the adjacency system better. You know, the funny thing is we really don't generate that much iron, but we're laughing in terms of the stockpile. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Normally I like having the 2 workers sort of in their own little region. In this case, I'm actually going to build them in mine. Okay. We'll skip over the elephant for a second, just because, again, I want to make sure that I'm taking care of sort of my immediate needs. Okay, looking good. I do want to... So the question is, do I want to add the general to this fight? I think I do. Yeah, this Duke's a good choice. It did occur to me I should take a look at my family and make sure that everybody who can have a... Okay, everyone who can have a spouse can. I don't normally like spending for this, but... It's really our choice in terms of the family. Let's marry into the Magonids, though. Yeah, so we're only missing 1 spouse. I really feel like I need to play more Warhammer now. Persia is now at peace with the Thracians. Hatti is now at peace with Babylonia. Spymaster Muntbal, the Spymaster, has died in office. Arishtat has converted to Manichaeism. The Magonid family has converted to Manichaeism. You successfully converted Princess Amalcart the Fierce to your state religion. Excellent. A new marriage proposal from the Magonids has arrived for your son, Duke Abdozir the Compassionate. So... We've got Thalulath of Lixus. It's roughly the same age. Gives us a bit of iron, and it's really just discipline. Or Hanby the Brave, who has courage and discipline. I think this is probably the better match. Okay, let's do the event first. Temple hymns. A high priestess in Nora has risen in prominence, recording and distributing the first official hymns of the Manichaeism religion. These compositions will inspire the poor and afflicted to renew their faith. Manichaean leaders have asked for our support in spreading these good works across Nora. So, as is tradition, I do like bringing up the Wikipedia entries. There is one thing that I want to check, though. So, as far as I can tell, this is more of a, I don't know, public service for streamers. So possibly game developers as well, but I have absolutely nothing to teach Mohawk Games about making games. But if I recall correctly, Unity's default settings are to basically remove like the audio, like basically stop the audio and such when the focus goes off the main window. Now, there's actually a lot of reasons why this can be a good way of doing things. For instance, let me think of it this way. Like, say I'm playing like Battlefield, right? That's a game with, it's very demanding, not just GPU-wise, but CPU-wise as well. Now, if for whatever reason I have tabbed out Battlefield, like let's just say for whatever reason I'm running that in the background while I'm also doing other things on my computer, and let's say, I don't know, I'm doing some model or something like that, or simulation that's also going to require a lot of resources, it would be fair to say that probably Battlefield does not need to be worrying about rendering its images at the same frame rate that it would be if I was focusing on it, right? If I've minimized Battlefield, I think it's pretty fair to assume that I'm not going to want Battlefield to be performing at, its at the peak of its ability. And so, in general, it's not a bad idea to sort of, free up those resources. And I suspect that's one of the reasons why Unity has that as a default. But from a streaming point of view, and particularly for a game like this, and I would argue this is not just a streaming thing. If you go to a browser window and you're enjoying this very nice music that's creating, an atmosphere, you may want to keep that as well. And so for some games, you do get the option to adjust that. That's what I'm looking for right now. Here we go, play sound without focus. So I do like the fact that overall there are more games are adding this option here. But again, like, it's important to remember here that there are good reasons why this stuff happens, right? I'm not trying to say, bah, how dare they, create this, this, I don't know, version of a game that is not specifically, constructed for my, my specific needs, right? Like, obviously everybody's going to have their own different priorities and such. But if you're a streamer, chances are you've run into this problem. Even if you are not a streamer, you may have a situation where you want this sound without focus. And I noticed for Industries of Titan and for Old World, I've had a couple of occasions where this is helpful. So if that helps you do a better broadcast, if that helps you show a game in a better light, I feel that PSA was worth it. And for most of you, this is probably not going to affect the way that you're playing games. So apologies if that was too much of a diversion. Okay. I wanted to do the hymns, but apparently we got to go back to... We'll go through the other events here. You absolutely hate when games mute and are unfocused. I run everything in windowed mode and just tab around with the game still showing on stream, so I don't want it to change at all when I unfocus. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like, my own experience has been not just my preference, but most people I know do prefer the sound to be going on in the background. But the thing is, and particularly for gaming things, the one thing I have learned is whatever you think is true about the world is almost certainly wrong. Like, you would think... Actually, let me give you an example here. I'm sorry to do a diversion, but this is... I've learned to do this trick, actually from a GDC talk from Soren Johnson. So I feel like this is... Oh, hey, they've just recently changed some stats. This is cool. A cake is a lie? Is that what you're telling us? How you doing, Nexus General? Yeah, exactly, degree. And that's kind of, that I think is the main thrust of where I wanted to go with that point, which is that more and more games are making that an option. Default option may not necessarily be what we want, but it's one that we now have the option of changing. Okay, here's a question for you. How many of you know about Lost Ark? I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but I think this will be an interesting exercise. Okay. Any Lost Ark players in here? The game Lost Ark, I believe it is an Amazon Studios, Amazon Games published, and the developer is Smilegate RPG. It's kind of like a Diablo-like game. It's free to play. I think there was some controversy where there had been some... What was it? I think like they had tried to put in some sort of anti-cheat system, and it wound up Steam banning a lot of people, which created some problems, but I believe that might have been fixed. Okay, so it sounds like most people know what this is, a couple people who haven't heard. So this is a game that was actually released a year ago, February 11th, 22. So we're about a week away from the full one. Now, obviously we don't have the exact numbers in terms of it. And it's a free-to-play game, so we're making some inferences here. But in terms of, like, revenue-wise, where do you roughly think that might be hitting? Like, would you say that that's in, like, top 10% of top sellers on Steam by revenue? Would you say that it's, it's doing okay? Like it's about the level of like a AAA that had released and is getting occasional, discounts or whatever? Do you think it sort of dropped off in terms of revenue? Like, what would anybody's kind of priors here be for a game like Lost Ark in terms of the kind of money that it's making? Came out hot and then it tanked. Yeah. So I'm just thinking in terms now, like, so given what we know about Lost Ark, what the guess would be in terms of the kind of revenue it's making. Okay, so I'm noticing a lot of people talking about it dropping off. Would it be fair then to say, like, because I'm thinking of monetary values here. Would it be fair to say that, like, this thing's keeping the lights on, but maybe it's not, like, killing it revenue-wise? Is that a fair characterization of what people are saying? Losing. Okay. Right now, it is the number 4 by revenue on Steam. Behind Hogwarts Legacy, the Steam Deck, CSGO. So it's basically beating everything, including GTA 5, like the perennial, top seller, by virtue of its free-to-play material. Yeah. Now this is the thing. Like, I wouldn't even think to mention Lost Ark in terms of like a moneymaker. No, I mean, again, this is relative, right? So like. The one immediately below it is Destiny 2. So, maybe like Destiny 2 and Counter-Strike only made like $100 today, which means that Lost Ark is probably losing money, right? But it's just one of these things, right, where like this game that you don't really hear about on a regular basis is on the top 5 out of everything that's making money on Steam. And there's a few different versions of this story that you can say, right? So another example I would give of this would be the game Rust, right? Presumably, if anybody who's going to buy Rust has heard about Rust, they've either decided they're going to play it or they haven't. Came out in 2018. I don't think it has much in terms of like, you know, DLC or, well, actually, I guess there is a DLC for it. So, but like not the sort of one that you'd think of as like a, you know, like presumably you'd think like everybody's heard of Rust. People who've decided they want to play it are going to play it, right? But that is still a very successful game in terms of revenue. They're at 23 now. They're admittedly down 7 slots. I don't know if this is because there was a sale or something like that, but you know, and this was true for Among Us for a while. Like back when there were news spots about how successful the game was, and like how everybody was playing it, there were still enough people who were discovering that game for the first time for it to be rated very highly in terms of the sellers. So the reason why I give this example, it's more related to the idea of the mute thing and sort of taking things for granted in terms of you know, in terms of what quote unquote everybody knows. You actually only need to be confronted with the real data of what people are doing, and you will be astonished at how different the world is from what you think. And I'm sorry, I'm going to sound like an Amazon Games advocate here. New World is number 41 in terms of the top 100 played games on Steam right now, right? It's above Path of Exile. I believe there are more people playing RimWorld than Dwarf Fortress at the moment. Actually, I don't even think there's enough people on Dwarf Fortress to be on the top 100. There are more people playing Oxygen Not Included than Dwarf Fortress. Battlefield 5, the one that everybody, you know, thinks is this complete failure of a game, and it's the, you know, it's the second to most recent in the series. That's a top 100 game that people are playing. You know, like, it is kind of funny just to look at some of this stuff for the simple reason that actually, here's another one. Cyberpunk, right? The one that everybody talks about being guaranteed failure. 57th out of the top 100. People are still playing Civ 5. That's 56. I don't know where Civ 6 is. Yeah, Civ 6 is 24. So you'd definitely expect to see Civ 6 be higher at this point. But yeah, no, the case where I'm going with all of this is just to sort of say, like, if you sit down and think about, like, what are the most popular games right now? Oh, here's one for you. Rocket League. I don't believe you can even get this on Steam anymore. But 29,000 concurrent players on Steam. Yeah, I get that, but like, do you really feel that it's the YouTube creators that are driving people to buy Rust? Like, maybe, but yeah, no. The idea that I'm trying to get across here, right, is that I'd be willing to guess that if you sat someone down and asked them to say, like, what are the top 20 most played games on Steam, they might get a quarter of them, like, not in the right position, but at least within the, you know, within that top fifth. And that's true for me too, right? This is one of the reasons why I always look at data. But I'm really flogging the point here. All I wanted to sort of establish was that it is very easy to take your social circle for granted as sort of the default set of options for everyone. And very often what you will find is that the world is playing games very differently. So, anyways. Defaced, the court is greeted with surprise when Duke Bodestart is brought before the throne in chains. His face battered and bloody, guards in the city caught him, defacing icons bearing your glorious image. Typically, this crime is punishable by exile, but perhaps we should make an exception for Bodestart. Okay, so Bodestart is fourth in line for succession. We can release him with a strict warning, which will reduce my courage, or everyone is bound by the same laws. Oh, interesting. If I am charming, we could meet and resolve our differences. I've got courage to spare. No, actually, you know what? He's still gonna slay. Nope. Exile. Traders from the furthest south have arrived in Zama today, bringing with them an assortment of exquisitely carved ivory jewelry. While ivory is not unknown in our lands, the craftsmanship is beyond compare. It puts anything produced locally to shame. For an appropriate sum, the merchants can continually supply you with enough of this carved ivory to meet the needs of the local elite or of a great family. So I've got too many luxuries as it is. I think in this case, I'm going to say forget it. Let's choose a new spy master. Looks like they're all crappy options here. Okay, now, we were gonna... all of this was so I could do the Temple Hymns event. So. And I don't think I think I need to get my display capture back. Alright. Enneduanna. Enneduanna was the priestess of the moon god Nana in the Sumerian city-state of Ur in the reign of her father, Sargon of Akkad. She was likely appointed by her father as the leader of the religious cult of Ur to cement ties between the Akkadian religion of her father and the native Sumerian religion. Enneduanna has been celebrated as the earliest known named author in world history, as a number of works in Sumerian literature, such as the Exaltation of Inanna, feature her as a first-person narrator, and other works, such as the Sumerian temple hymns, may identify her as their author. However, there is considerable debate among modern Assyriologists based on linguistic and archaeological grounds as to whether or not she actually wrote or composed any of the rediscovered works that have been attributed to her. Additionally, the only manuscripts of works attributed to her were written by scribes in the First Babylonian Empire, 6 centuries after she lived, written in a more recent dialect of the Sumerian language than she would have spoken. These scribes may have attributed these works to her as part of her legendary narratives of the dynasty of Sargon of Akkad in later Babylonian traditions. The cultural memory of Enneduanna and the works attributed to her were lost sometime after the end of the First Babylonian Empire. Enneduanna's existence was first rediscovered by modern archaeology in 1927, when Sir Leonard Woolley excavated Gipparu in the ancient city of Ur and found an alabaster disc with her name, association with Sargon of Akkad, and occupation inscribed on the reverse. References to her name were later discovered in excavated works of Sumerian literature, which initiated investigation into her potential authorship of those works. Enneduanna's archaeological rediscovery has attracted a considerable amount of attention and scholarly debate in modern times related to her potential attribution as the first known named author. She has also received considerable attention in feminism, and the works attributed to her have also been studied as an early progenitor of classical rhetoric. English translations of her works have also inspired a number of literary adaptations and representations. All right. Enneduanna's father was Sargon of Akkad, founder of the Akkadian Empire. In a surviving inscription, Sargon styles himself Sargon, king of Akkad, overseer of Inanna, king of Kish, anointed of Anu, king of the land, governor of Enlil. The inscription celebrates the conquest of Uruk and the defeat of Lugal-Zagazi, whom Sargon brought in a collar to the gate of Enlil. Sargon, king of Akkad, overseer of Inanna, king of Kish, anointed of Anu, king of the land, governor of Enlil, he defeated the city of Uruk and tore down its walls. In the Battle of Uruk, he took Lego-Zagizi, king of Uruk, in the course of the battle, and led him in a collar to the gate of Enlil. Sargon then conquered Ur and laid waste to the territory from Lagash to the sea. ultimately conquering at least 34 cities in total. Having conquered Irene J. Winter states that Sargon likely sought to consolidate the Akkadian dynasty's links with the traditional Sumerian past in the important cult and political center of by appointing Enheduanna to an important position in the native Sumerian moon god cult. Winter states that it is likely that the position she was appointed to already existed beforehand, and that her appointment to the role and the attribution to Nana would have helped her forge syncretism between the Sumerian religion and Semitic religion. After Enheduanna, the role of high priestess continued to be held by members of the royal family. Joan Goodnick Westenholz suggests that the role of the high priestess appears to have held a similar level of honor to that of the king. As the high priestess of Nana, Enheduanna would have served as the embodiment of Ningal, spouse of Nana, which would have given her actions divine authority. However, although the Giparu in were the end priestesses of Nana, worshipped has been extensively studied by archaeologists. We have no definitive information about what their duties were. I feel like there's some editing to be had on this article. Rebellion of Lugal-Ane. Towards the end of Sargon's reign of Sargon's grandson Naram-Sin, numerous former city-states rebelled against the Akkadian central power. From hints in the song Nin Misara, the exaltation of Inanna, events can be reconstructed from the point of view of Enheduanna. A certain Lugal-Ane came to power in the city of who, as the new ruler, invoked the legitimacy of the city god Nana. Lugal-Ane is probably identical with Lugal-Anna, or Lugal-Ane, who is mentioned in ancient Babylonian literary texts about the war as the king of Apparently, Lugal-Ane demanded that the high priestesses and consort of the moon god, Enheduanna, had to confirm his assumption of power. Enheduanna, as representative of the Sargonid dynasty, refused, whereupon she was suspended from her office and expelled from the city. The mention of the temple Esdam Ku indicates that she then found refuge in the city of Girsu. In this exile, she composed the song Nin Mesara, the performance of which was intended to persuade the goddess Inanna, as Istar, the patron goddess of her dynasty, to intervene on behalf of the Akkadian Empire. At least King Naram-Sin succeeded in putting down the rebellion. King Naram-Sin succeeded in putting down the rebellion of Lugal-Ane and other kings and restored the Akkadian central authority for the remaining years of his reign. Probably Enheduanna returned to her office in the city of Archaeological artifact. In 1927, as part of the excavations at British archaeologist Sir Leonard Woolley discovered an alabaster disc shattered into several pieces, which has since been reconstructed. The reverse side of the disc identifies Enheduanna as the wife of Nana and the daughter of Sargon of Akkad. The front side shows the high priestess standing in worship as what has been interpreted as a nude male figure pours a libation. Irene Winter states that given the placement and attention to detail of the central figure, she has been identified as Enheduanna. Two seals bearing her name, belonging to her servants and dating to the Sargonic period, have been excavated at the Giparu at Two of the works attributed to Enheduanna, the Exaltation of Inanna and Inanna and Ebe, have survived in numerous manuscripts due to their presence in the Decad, an advanced scribal curriculum in the First Babylonian Empire of the 18th and 17th centuries BCE. I believe there is a event related to that as well. Black Aol suggests that perhaps Enheduanna has survived in scribal literature due to the continuing fascination with the dynasty of her father Sargon of Akkad. Attributed works. The first person to connect the disc and seals with literary works excavated in Nippur was Adam Falkenstein, who observed that the temple hymns and two hymns to Inanna, the Exaltation of Inanna and another hymn to Inanna, at the time yet not reconstructed, contained references to Enheduanna. Falkenstein suggests that this might be evidence of Enheduanna's authorship, but acknowledged that the hymns are only known from the later Old Babylonian period, and that more work would need to be done constructing and analyzing the received text before any conclusions could be made. In 1989, Westenholz suggested that Inanna and Ibi and two other hymns, to Nana at might have also been written by her. I want to just take a quick note. I know I editorialize a lot already, but this is one of the things that I found so interesting about doing classics in university. I'm by no means a classicist. Like, essentially what I did was two sort of lower level classics courses, and I got along very well with the prof and did a little bit of RA work for them. And they were mostly philosophy focused, so they sort of crossed over between classics and philosophy. But one was sort of on the pre-Socratics, and then the second half was more on sort of Hellenistic philosophy. So essentially you can sort of think of everything up to Plato in ancient Greece. We even did a little bit of Plato. I think we did the Symposium. I don't know if we did the Phaedrus. I feel like the Phaedrus I just read on my own. And then the Hellenistic one, we didn't really do like Aristotle or anything like that. There was some reference to it, but there are specific courses like about the big ones. So there's a Plato course, there's an Aristotle course. But it's more sort of the skeptics, the Stoics, the Epicureans. We did Neoplatonism. It was actually kind of neat because that particular prof actually pushed us a little bit further than what you would normally do inside of a Hellenistic philosophy course. And it was sort of this point where Neoplatonism starts to really start, like it's sometimes kind of hard to identify where the philosophy ends and the religion begins. It's some of the stuff which, in so many of these cases, we sort of apply these distinctions with our own sort of modern perspective. But obviously the people who are writing about these things are not necessarily going to think of them, like they're not necessarily going to think that they're writing in a discipline the way that we might think of it. And I'm grateful for it, not necessarily because I found those the most promising or the most interesting readings. I'm trying to remember. I can't remember if it was the Iamblichus and Proclus that I'm thinking of, because I know they count as Neoplatonists as well. So I could be mistaken about the ones I'm specifically thinking of. I don't know. I guess the easiest case I could make about a lot of this is it's a wonderful exercise in empathy. And probably in an environment that might be a little... Well, it depends, right? So, in some cases, you're dealing with a way of looking at the world that's very different from yours, and trying to gain an understanding in terms of what's being said, why they think that, and so on and so forth. By the way, all of this applies to what we're talking about in terms of this this entry here, right? It just happens that I did this for ancient Greek philosophy. But where I think this gets really interesting is, you can sit down and you can read this stuff, and sure, you apply your modern lens to it and say, okay, it's a bunch of nonsense. You take your ancient lens, look at it, and say it's a bunch of nonsense. I mean, it kind of feels like right now people are kind of quote mining the Stoics to try and find life hacks, and I feel that there's maybe a little bit more to Stoicism than, perfecting your grind set. But because sometimes you're just dealing with fragments and you're really trying to get an understanding of what's going on, and you're trying in some cases to read as closely as possible and really get an understanding in terms of what the world was like, it can be interesting to try and move outside of that modern perspective, right? Because if you don't move outside of it, it's going to be very hard to try and get to the bottom about maybe what they were trying to get at. And again, there's always the question that you'll ask of any subject that you take. Is this thing really worth my time? But to be honest, to try and gain a better understanding of where a human being is coming from, someone who, wrote down something important enough that people tried to preserve it, although we should also acknowledge that so much of what survived is sometimes the result of some really weird chance. So the libraries where all the stuff you'd normally think would be preserved Well, they got burned down or otherwise purged. But some of the ancient documents that we're talking about are ones that were sort of coincidentally preserved because they were at the bottom of a bottom of a landfill, basically. Like, it was waste. But anyways, the reason why I was going on this long tangent, one of the things that was most interesting about those courses for me was discovering that there's still stuff being discovered all the time. Like, you kind of know that there's archaeology going on and so on and so forth, but I remember in particular... Well, no, I don't remember in particular, because I actually don't recall... I think it might have been Xenophanes, maybe? Let me just take a quick second here. I'm going to say with some hesitation it's Xenophanes. But in any case, there was a figure that for a very long period of time, there was a feeling that he had written two works. And there'd been a lot of work to sort of establish this idea that these were two separate works, which might even potentially have sort of conflicting ideas inside of them. And it turns out that there was evidence discovered with certainty that it was in fact a single, it was actually a single work that this author wrote. And so this means, I mean, again, it's not mathematics, right? It's not like the discovery has completely undermined the, the discipline, and everybody just had to go back and sort of rethink their, rethink their lives. Actually, if I recall correctly, Xenophanes also has a complaint that frequently has come up since his time, that basically everybody's too focused on the Olympic athletes and not focusing enough on smart people who think and write down ideas. But that's neither here nor there. Where I wanted to go with this is just this idea that there are still discoveries being made which are actually changing our understanding of the ancient world, and probably some of these discoveries are more modern than you might think. And that was basically this idea here, right? About there potentially being other hymns, or even who wrote certain things. Sometimes these are questions that can be reopened or rediscovered in interesting ways from some of the most unexpected places. But I do want to get to the end of this, so let's carry on. Temple hymns. These hymns have been reconstructed from 37 tablets from Ur and Nippur, most of which date to the Ur III and Old Babylonian periods. Each hymn is dedicated to a particular deity from Sumerian pantheon and a city with which the deity was associated, and may have helped create, I'm terrible for pronouncing this word, syncreticism between the native Sumerian religion and Semitic religion of the Akkadian Empire. However, some of these poems, such as Hymn 9, addressed to the temple of the deified king Sulgi from the later 3rd dynasty of Ur, cannot have been written by an Aduana or anyone in the Akkadian Empire, showing that the collection may have gained additional poems over time. Sorry, just one second here. I need a sip of something, preferably tea. The first translation of the collection into English was by A.K.W. Soberg, who also argued that the mention of a subscript or colophon of 2 lines near the end of the composition appears to credit her with composition of the preceding text. However, Black shows that in the majority of manuscripts, the line following this colophon, which contains the line count for the 42nd and final hymn, demonstrates that the preceding 2 lines were part of the 42nd hymn. Black concludes that, at most, it might be reasonable to accept a claim for Eniduana's authorship or editorship for only hymn 42, the final hymn in that collection. Hymns dedicated to Inanna. The Misara, the exaltation of Inanna. The Misara, mistress of the innumerable me. Modern also, the exaltation of Inanna is a hymn to the goddess Inanna of 154 lines. According to Klaus Wilke, the text belongs to the most difficult that exists in the literary tradition in Sumerian. The first complete edition of Nin Misara was produced by Hallo van Dyck in 1968. A fundamentally new edition based on a broader textual foundation, as well as recent linguistic research and textual criticism, was published by Annette Sgall in 1997. Further improvements in Sgall 2014 and 2021. Another example in terms of how a lot of this stuff, if you are interested in it, a lot of this stuff is a lot more active and new than you may appreciate. I'm going to have to allow for the possibility that some of the stuff that I learned about the ancient Greeks is not true, and that I will actually be operating under a misapprehension because I don't have the benefit of regularly going to seminars in the classics department. The work refers to the rebellion of Lugal-Ane. Mind you, there's a lot of things that I don't know, so I've kind of made my peace with that. The work refers to the rebellion of Lugal-Ane and Eniduana's exile, probably composed in exile in Girsu. The song is intended to persuade the goddess Inanna to intervene in the conflict in favor of Eniduana and the Sargonian dynasty. To reach this, the text constructs a myth. An, the king of the gods, endows the goddess Inanna with divine powers and has her execute his judgment on all the cities of Sumer, making her herself the ruler of the land and most powerful of all the gods. When now the city of Ur rebels against her rule, Inanna passes her judgment over it and has it executed by Nanna, the city god of Ur, and her father. Inanna has thus become the mistress of heaven and earth alike, and thus empowered to enforce her will even over the originally superior gods, An and Nanna, which results in the destruction of Ur and Lugal-Ane. Hymn to Inanna. This hymn, preserved in fragmentary form, is outlined by Black Eyal, and it's containing 3 parts. An introductory section, lines 1 through 90, emphasizing Inanna's martial abilities. A long middle section, lines 91 to 218, that serves as a direct address to Inanna, listing her many positive and negative powers and asserting her superiority over other deities. And a concluding section, 219 to 274, narrated by Eniduana, that exists in very fragmentary form. Black Eyal surmise that the fragmentary nature of the concluding section makes it unclear whether Eniduana composed the hymn, the concluding section was a later addition, or that her name was added to the poem later in the Old Babylonian period from a desire to attribute it to her. They also note that the concluding section also appears to reference some historical events which cannot be elucidated. The poem also contains a potential reference to the events described in Inanna and Ebe, which has led some Assyriologists, including Westenholz, to suggest that the poem may have been written by Eniduana as well. The first English translation of this work was by Soberg in 1975. We're going to stop at the end of the hymns. So, Inanna and Ibi. This hymn is characterized by Black Eyal as Inanna in warrior mode. The poem starts with a hymn to Inanna as a lady of battle, lines 1 through 24, and then shifts it to a narration by Inanna herself in the first person, lines 25 to 52, where she describes the revenge she wants to take on the mountains of Ebe for their refusal to bow to her. Inanna then visits the sky god An and requests his assistance, lines 53 to 111, but An doubts Inanna's ability to take revenge, lines 112 to 130. This causes Inanna to fly into a rage and attack Ebe, lines 131 to 159. Inanna then recounts how she overthrew Ebe. Why don't we learn this in school? Lines 160 to 181, and the poem ends with the praise of Inanna, lines 182 to 184. The rebel lands of Ebe that are overthrown in the poem have been identified with the Jebel Hamrin mountain range in modern Iraq. Black Eyal described these lands as home to the nomadic barbarian tribes who loom large in Sumerian literature as forces of destruction and chaos that sometimes need to be brought under divine control. This is the stuff that makes Old World so interesting. Hymns dedicated to Nana. These two hymns, labeled by Westenholz as Hymn to Praise of Ekes Nugal and Nana on the Assumption of Enship, and Hymn to Praise of Ednana. The second hymn is very fragmentary. Okay, my apologies for the long digression there, but I at least find this stuff interesting, and I think the opportunity to learn this stuff in games is one thing that has kept me playing 4X games for a long time. So, a High Priestess in Nora has risen in prominence, recording and distributing the first official hymns in the Manichaean religion. These compositions will inspire the poor and afflicted to renew their faith. Manichaeanism leaders have asked for our support in spreading these good works across Nora. All may come to enjoy their blessing, so all families will be unhappy with me, but Manichaeism will be happy as a result. Now, Manichaeism's already pretty happy for me. We can charge a fee for these hymns. Now, the catch here is that will increase the unhappiness, or prioritize religion as a state goal. Oh! Yes. I wanted orthodoxy anyway. This was not the one. So this gives me a chance to sort of purge out. I think we had Christianity kicking around somewhere as well. Yeah, we're going to be focused on Manichaeism. Okay. We can build the Ishtar Gate. I'd sort of like it if I could build it like in a way that expands my territory. I do like the idea of building a bunch of wonders, though, because that's going to push us on our victory points and just generally... like, it's going to give us a pretty advantageous position. Okay. Let's get some conversions going on here. So apparently I can't... Okay, so for some reason I can't convert the family. I wonder how I'm going to pull that off. Anyways, let's convert them. We'll start converting my generals after. Looks like I've got my scout back, so we can send them to another city if it comes to it. Probably wouldn't hurt for me to start exploring the rest of the map, frankly, but... Okay, before I go any further, let's actually deal with the task at hand. So unfortunately, we just kind of need to sit and wait on that front. Let's get some healing in. So I do, like, the problem right now is that there are too many, I have too many enemies, so I can't buy out their units. Like, I'm at war with everybody, so it costs a lot to buy the units. Okay, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to get my last few upgrades in. So I can pay up for the stone, but... Well, actually I'm probably going to want to do that. Oh, what am I going to do with you? Honestly, more quarries make the most sense right now. So I kind of hate that I'm letting the game push me around like this, but I do actually need the stone. Okay, I'm fine building a range here. And actually I think the other range here makes as much sense as anything. We're going to leave you be... Actually, I'm going to promote you. Okay, so these are... So I do eventually want to put these people... yeah. Still trying to decide how I want to allocate all my resources. Keep you there. Okay, let's get the elephant moving first. So again, the focus is going to be on Hatti and the Thracians, although honestly we should probably make a trip. It may even make more sense for us to just finish off the Scythians up here, given that there's more for us to deal with down south. The health of King Rabi the Warrior has taken a serious turn for the worse. He is now severely ill. Gisco of Nora has converted to Manichaeism. Agent Amatbal of Nora has converted to Manichaeism. Duke Hasdrubal is now has the tactician trait. Isn't that the guy that I exiled? All right, intercession. Intercession religion and intercession family missions give you a chance to have a religion or family head speak to another character on behalf of your leader, potentially increasing the character's opinion. You can conduct an intercession religion or family mission by clicking on the intercession button in the action panel on the left while a character other than your leader is selected. The religion head, who must belong to your nation, may intercede with members of the nation or tribe if they follow the same religion. The family head may intercede if with any members of the family. So have the spy master intercede with... Okay, so why is the princess mad at me? They're not, but we'll go for it. Queen Consort Zramod of Lilibaeum, General of the Chariot, is too old and is retired from the field. Fair enough. Served us well. Duchess Consort Hanby is now in charge of a chariot. So, trying to rack up the kills slowly. Okay, you go to sleep. Some of these folks I do actually want to move. It's just a question of what the priorities are. Okay, we've completed a gardener. We don't have any citizens in Carthago right now. Let's build that archive. There's a lot that we're going to need to get through here. So now, Utica is the home of Manichaeism. So I don't believe... Oh no, we can actually build disciples here. However, we do have a citizen, so let's start with that. I'm probably going to go for the apprentice poet. Although the farmer would help me... The farmer would help... I'm going to go for the farmer. Better long run investment. Okay, so we'll start with... Oh, we've got two... Okay, so Trapper for sure. This is the one which I think... Yeah, I'm going to go for the poet. Then we'll put in a forum. Okay, free promotion will give you... I think tracker is not a bad idea, actually, for that site. Fireship and Coxswain are both pretty strong. I'm going to try Coxswain, though, just because Route winds up being such a huge... Like, if you can learn how to do Route well, that is a ridiculously good ability for a unit to have. I don't think it would be a bad thing to add a general here. We're starting to run short on generals, but... I'm going to resist the urge to move outside the quote-unquote blockade. Ooh. This is corny as hell, but I am totally undoing that. Technically I shouldn't, because I couldn't have known at the time. Not helping. We've discovered the Aeolian Island. They're gonna still get hit by the same attacks, I think. So we've got more orders than I know what to do with here. That's a shame. So maybe let's think about... so for resin... let's get my ambassador to... So Persia's probably going to be the one that we... Well... Honestly, gonna be fighting everyone, it looks like. We are on reasonably good terms with Assyria, it looks like. So maybe we keep trying the trade there. Or we could try intercessions. Okay, I don't really have that much to do family gifts-wise. It looks like we're doing pretty well with family, so I don't see much value there. I think we're just going to leave the rest. Well, lurkers are the way my channel survives, Vanguard Master. Okay, that's not a huge surprise. Oh, nope, they took me out. Okay, Persia is now at truce with Hatti. The health of Queen Consort Zromod of Lilybaeum has begun to decline. She is now ill. Duke Abdozir the Compassionate, son of the War Elephant, cannot let go of grievances and is often angry, a most bitter person. Duke Hasdrubal follows a strict regime, never taking the easy way if it is not the best way. He's gained one discipline, and you've successfully converted Queen Consort Zromod of Lilybaeum to your state religion. Okay. Missionaries from Babylonia have arrived in the capital to raise funds for the ongoing spread of Zoroastrianism in Zama. Many of our nation share these beliefs, and it would be wise to pledge more support. We have no funds to spare for that. Adonibal is your son-in-law and governor of Carthage. I think probably charisma. All right, and time for more upgrades. I'm not... I think I'm going to build the amphitheater instead. All right, now, what are you? You're a disciple. So let's start by purging. All right, so that increases unhappiness. That's good to know for future. The next question is, do I burn it so that I can get new... Okay. We have to build a lot more of these. So, we can put Manichaean Revelation, bonus spread chance, extra orders from temples. We can do dualism, which will decrease unhappiness. Or we can do Gnosticism. Oh, now this interests me. So let me just take a quick look into the... So it looks like Gnosticism isn't quite as strong as I thought it was compared to one of the other... God, how do I do this? World religions... Theologies... Established theology grants additional bonuses. I just wish it would tell me all the theologies. Oh, here we go. Okay. So each city plus one science per year per religion. Ah, okay. So what I should... yes. I see now. So you know what? I think I can actually undo this. Oh wait, but then I'm going to have to get along with everybody. Now we're purging it. We already went down the path of orthodoxy. So, as a consequence, Gnosticism. Manichaeism has established Gnosticism theology. I think probably in the future I will try something a bit different. Now we know my ruler's not long for this world. Actually, in this case, I'm going to go for the force march. You are now known as Rabbi the Drill Master. So part of this is just trying to knock out these ambitions. I don't know what happens if you have 2 generations that don't succeed in finishing it. I guess we're about to find out. Oh, that is tantalizingly close. Unbelievable. Unless we get a lucky crit, they're gonna make it. Well, it was a crit, it just wasn't the crit we needed. Now, I am a little upset at myself for letting myself get caught out like this, so I am going to need to build another warrior. We technically have a replacement, but again, it's silly that I let myself lose that unit that way. There was absolutely no reason for them to be there. On the other hand, I did make the very foolish decision to move in, so it's kind of me paying for what was an earlier bad decision. Okay, we're gonna upgrade you to an archer first. Now, I should have... We've got the walls, which is good. I'm gonna build a worker next. I may do something with the maceman. Oh. The day is mine. Okay, there's nothing else to do, so we'll move my macemen into position. Actually, better still, we're going to move them to a spot they're going to get trained. We know this character is going to die, so there's no point in trying to do any mission with them. I may take a brief break to get some tea, but I know I have a little bit left over, just a heads up though. An old ambition, discover doctrine and fiscal policy is now a legacy. You will have 20 years to complete it. That is very, very difficult for us to do, but let's give it a shot. King Rabi the Drill Master, General the Warrior has died in the field. Duke Abdozir the Compassionate is now head of the Hanonid family. Okay, so phalanx, I believe, is a requirement on our path to fiscal policy. So we'll start with phalanx. End of an era. In a time of war, the loss of King Rabi the Drill Master hits the nation especially hard. Let us hope that Amat Melkart, the new Queen of Carthage, can be a beacon of hope for our people in the dark times ahead. Long live Queen Amat Melkart the New. Was he a wise man? Was he a kind man? Wisdom. Coronation Festival. All 3 noble families have requested to plan your coronation festivities. By tradition, the host will present you with a gift of that represents the family's values as a reminder of their goodwill. Which family's gift will you accept? Songs and poetry for culture. Feasts and exotic dishes to give us even more food than we can handle. Or an archer. Now, an archer would be cool, but so is culture. Local brigands. The commander of one of our chariot formations has received numerous reports of raiders prowling the nation's roadways. He seeks the court's support to root out these villains and restore security. What is our response? Track and kill these outlaws at a cost of 6 orders, or we need the chariot for military duty. Kill the outlaws. Okay. We have a lumber mill. We have a mine. Well, let's just make it a quarry for the whole. Holy crap, it's actually recommending a quarry. Okay, fine. Wait, there isn't anything. What is it recommending? Yeah, why not? Also, do I have a husband? Yes. Okay, so my cousin is 21, but for some reason does not seem to be... Huh. Oh, are we already Manichaean? Yes. Yeah, so I don't quite get why this person can't get married, but that's life. Let's pick an ambassador. I actually slightly value religious opinion more than foreign opinion at this point, but we will go for you. Okay, so one of my actually a few of my people are upset with me. How are we with the families? Generally okay. We're on good terms with the Manichaeans. So, let's make nice with the governors first. We'll also want to do this with generals at some point, but... Now, we finally have the ability to add roads, which means... there's actually a few things that I can do with roads. Now, it is encouraging me to build more quarries, so maybe we won't do it with that worker. Promote these guys. We're probably going to start a... well, not start a war, but carry on with the war. Now, I'm sure... I'm sure I was hoping to have my rulers be doing something a little bit different at this point, but... Okay, the archive's done in Carthago. We've got one citizen to play around with, so probably the Acolyte. Maybe the Poet would be a better choice. Corrales. Put in an officer. Okay. There's a few important steps to this. Oops, actually, we're not going to do that. The thing is, I want to wound, but I don't want to kill most of these guys. Damn it! Change my mind. This is so very, very silly that I had to do it that way, but it works, right? I guess I kind of need to be careful because these guys are almost certainly going to make landfall soon. Okay, let's see what the pain is. I hope it was worth it. I took a lot of damage off of that. News arrives from Persia that King Araku, the subjugator of Persia, is dead. A new ruler, Queen Azarmikdot, the new of Persia, has taken the throne. They are upset with me. Duke Hasdrubal has converted to Carthaginian paganism. With the death of Queen Arku, the subjugator of Persia, rule of Persia has passed to Queen Azarmikdot, the new of Persia. It is soon after that you learn that you have been snubbed. Queen Azarmikdot, the new of Persia, has sent diplomatic gifts to the other neighboring nations, yet nothing to you. Is this a deliberate antagonism, or is it a mistake that should be overlooked? Let's use our diplomatic wiles. So we will refuse to be snubbed by the new leader. The message from Boshtart the Corrupt is pitiable. He begs for your forgiveness and asks to be allowed to return home. Will you grant this pardon, or does your disfavor endure? I shall not yield. Local brigands. In a piece of good news, the formation of chariots we sent to protect the roads has claimed victory. In a heated battle, they killed most of the bandits and chased any survivors into the wilderness. The threat to travelers and merchants is over. Our chariot unit deserves recognition. In a position in your personal honor guard has become available. Rival candidates from the Hanoid and Maganid families have both come forward with a petition for the opening. So somebody's going to get mad about it. Let's go for the Hanoi. Family favors. The smell of rich meats and wine rests in the air, gently mixing with the soft, bubbling conversation between family and friends. Nearly all the Hanonid family have gathered together at the palace. Many of the lesser members you have never ever seen before. Abdazir is sitting by your side, a place of honor for the head of the family. He gestures for a servant to refill your wine. My queen, I apologize for asking about work at the celebration, but I've been thinking about the future of the family and would appreciate your support. He leans in to whisper the favor in your ear. We could support the Hanonids and control 8 towns. God, this is such a difficult one. Let's try it. Okay. I do like intelligent governors. I'm curious. So that's going to go away in 2 years, but I do want to keep the settler unit protected. On my signal, unleash hell. Oh, come on. A crumbling prison stands in the Scythian settlement. Scores of soldiers and citizens from Carthage have been languishing here for years, most believed dead by their loved ones. Their release calls for celebration. We can return them to their families, arm them, and put them to the front. Nope, we will... Time for rejoicing. Hanno is the general of the Akkadian archer. We can make him a tracker, which it already has. Steadfast against tribes. Let's give him wisdom for that crit. Okay, looking pretty good. Now again, I'd ideally like to leave the kills for the ruler. Okay, I'm thinking we probably make more settlers, because we're gonna have this city site and this city site pretty soon. Salde, I actually don't think it would hurt. Well, we'll build the forum first. I don't think it would hurt to build some more disciples. Now, I also think it would be good for me to connect any cities that are not yet connected. Also, I need to think about... Okay. So one's going to build a hamlet. So I definitely need to get the... I need to get, like, the towns and whatnot ready to go. Now... Oh. I was thinking about how I was going to get roads built. There's got to be like a Route 2 option. Okay, counts as connected now. But yeah, I think we're actually going to go town crazy for the next little bit, and then I want to make sure that everything's connected properly, but I think we're doing okay for connections. The seas kind of helped us out with that. You are now known as Amat Melkart, the architect. Wow. Persia is now at war with the Scythians. Persia is at war with the Thracians. Hatti is now at truce with the Scythians. Reports of a tribal raid from the Thracian bastion near Lilybaeum. The Apenada is completed by Carthage. Gisco of Nora has died. Queen Dowager Zromod of Lilybaeum has died. Oligarch Osmalek, the diplomat, is now the head of the Didonian family. There's no easy day in the life of Duke Abadosir the Compassionate, your brother. He has gained discipline. Ambassador Carthalo has converted to Manichaeism. Princess Zyara is now old enough to be tutored by courtiers. The influence mission of the queen has led to an event, and the spy master has successfully converted a governor to the religion. Okay, so God, I love the orders boost, but we need to keep focusing on the task at hand. So we need cartography for Lantine Sale. We do, however, also need citizenship. So, we've got cartography now. Zohar is governor of Utica. Intelligence, the right call here. Now, by the sea. So there's some woods here we can work with. Definitely not bullion. We've got some events to go through, but we've got a bunch of stuff to do. So let's tutor the child. There's only one option there. Now it seems to me that there are some cities without governors. Ah, we don't have any candidates. Alright, that's a problem. Secrets of the Dead. Soon after news of Gisco of Nora's death arrives, your spy master, Baelbad, slides out of the shadows with information about the deceased. Messages found after the death have revealed that Gisco had a rather more intimate relationship with General Ahitali Horsebane than was commonly known. General Ahitali Horsebane quickly confesses when confronted and begs for your help. The two lovers were meeting under the guise of Manichaean worship, blackmailing priests into silence. Now the clergy are threatening to expose the crimes of the dead. Okay. I'm not crazy about Manichaeism getting mad at me, but I do not like the idea of a vengeful general. So... Honored by the faith, Queen Consort Zromord is dead, and the court fills with people for her funerary rites. Spymaster Baelbad the Greedy oversees the proceedings, a high honor as Romod was renowned as an especially devout Manichaean follower. After the rites, Spymaster Baelbad the Greedy approaches you without the usual entourage of priests. We'll use this chance to get close to the Spymaster. Use your chance to endear yourself, make a donation, or refuse to trade pleasantry. No, we're charming. Christian dissent! God, it's Rome all over again. Christian discontent has spiked onto the streets of Zama as a division in the church deepens into violent conflict. Unhappy with your rule, the local priests are leading the faithful in attacks on the guards and encouraging resistance against the crown. Christianity is upset. Prepare the guards for any unrest. Seek to appease local Christians. Take no action for now. I actually don't mind spending civics to appease the Christians. All right, time passes quickly. Princess Zyara is growing up fast and eager to learn. How would you like to educate them? We've actually got a wide open field here, but we're going to start with politics because that is by far the most useful for my rulers. Okay, now at some point I am going to want to build roads to these regions, but I am going to prioritize the hamlets because of the objective. Okay, I'm not going to say no to an Odeon. God, we've got a lot available to us. All right, under protest, I'm going to build another quarry. This is going to be kind of inconvenient until we can get a settler here. We really need more explorers, to be completely honest, but that's a tomorrow me problem. So honestly, the best option here seems to be heal up what I can. Oh, this is going to be beautiful. So they can't reach us, but we can reach them. That's nice. That saves me a whole lot of trouble, actually. Okay, Carthago's done. There's a lot of things that I want to do here. So let's start with an archive. Zama needs walls. Well, actually, Zama needs a number of things, but we'll start with walls and an archer. Same story here. Worker. I don't need to pay for the walls. That will come up later. Oh, they're on to us. Matriarch Taduhepa of Tarsa is now head of Christianity. Their opinion of you has gone from upset to cautious, and Bodishtart the Corrupt, your uncle, has died in exile, no less. Dragon bones. Workers at the new quarry have discovered the bones of a colossal beast. They have asked the court to send scientists to the site as they want someone of authority to inspect the giant bones they have found to determine their origin. How should we, respond? The bones have no value and should be destroyed. Now, we really do need the stone. Transport the bones to the city for further study. and commissions scribes to write epic dragon poetry. Now, I'd love that, but in this case here, we do want to transport the bones. Money for science is great at a time when I am really trying to push the scientific discoveries. A glorious delegation from Assyria arrives in the capital with a marriage proposal. They wish you to wed oligarch Nemedu the Younger, a worthy Assyrian groom. We should consider it carefully, as it may upset the king consort, Adonibal the Robust. This is a political marriage, he'll understand. No, I do not wish to upset Adonibal, and so I must refuse. The Man of Reeds. The people of Zama have invited you to attend a celebration of their local cult. The Reed Man is said to have saved the city many years ago, and the streets fill with people asking for protection in the years to come. The actual worship takes place at night, as a young buck is slaughtered over a low altar where the blood flows across the sacred ground, said to be the tomb of this ancestral hero. End the festivities with a speech about praising the city's hospitality, or end the festivities with a speech praising the revered hero. I'm going to keep pushing for the culture. I know it's a questionable choice given how kind of the discontent is raising across the empire, but I do have some plans about how I'm going to fix that. Okay. Now, I seem to remember trying to make, get positive terms with my governor. Didn't seem to really work out. But we'll try again. My ambassador, let's try a trade mission to Assyria. I don't think my chancellor can do much. Okay, let's focus on my generals. We'll convert him first. Still have 30 orders left. That's crazy. Okay, what are we looking at here? Okay, this unit can definitely get taken out, so... That is so upsetting I can't actually deliver the coup de grace with my... Well, there's one thing I'm going to try. Yeah, then there isn't a passage there. Damn it! Maybe this? You know what? This is going to have to do. It's going to take longer, but this is still viable. So we anchor. We'll probably take some damage for it, but there we go. All right, we want to put an agent in Assyria now. Or, well, we've had agents in Assyria. We want to put an agent in Assur. Healing done that we can. I should probably add a general too. Maybe we'll do that first. Okay, seems to me like we want to make some more disciples, but I do also need to... It'll cost a citizen, that's fine. Then we do the disciples. Okay, we're out of citizens, so that means I get to do some more infrastructure. Oh, maybe we do the disciple again. I just figure like being able to spread the religion is a slightly higher priority right now. So here's what we'll do. One Manichaean disciple, and then... Actually, you know what? We're going to do 2. I think we're going to do that for each city because they wind up building things like temples. Okay, if I can kill 3 more units as my leader, I'm okay. It's going to be a tight fit, but I think we can pull it off. I think we are going to get clobbered by the barbarians for a bit, though. Ooh, that's a tough hit. Persia declares war on Babylonia. News arrives from Hatti. Queen Cadusi the Weak of Hatti is dead. A new ruler, Queen Nicolmati, the new of Hatti, has taken the throne. Their opinion of you is now angry. Inspired by the Christian descent, Hanoid rebels of Zama have taken up arms for their religion and formed a spearmen near the city. Okay, not great. A call for peace. With the death of Queen Cadusi the Weak of Hatti, the rule of Hatti is passed to Queen Nicolmati, the new of Hatti. The new ruler, Queen Nicolmati, the new of Hatti, sends an envoy. The war between our nations has gone on for too long. Please accept a truce, and we can enter a new age of peace and prosperity. No, I will not rest until they are utterly defeated, and this is purely because we are in a good position to fight them. Okay, I'm going to get some tea, so that means a small break for me. Overall, though, I'm actually feeling like we're in a really good spot for this one, so... I am going to run ads very briefly, but mostly I would like you all to just get up, have a stretch, otherwise take care of yourselves. Sorry, wrong button. I also figure if you've got an ad blocker, it's probably not going to show up anyway, but I'll try and keep it short. The kettle hasn't boiled recently, so I think it is going to take... I think it's going to take some time, but I'll try not to make it too long. But yeah, in any case, especially if you've been sitting since the beginning, have a quick stretch, move around, remind your body that it's alive, and I will see you all in a little bit. All right, I appreciate you all hanging out. So, do you guys want to hear some gossip? Because I didn't want to start off the stream with this, but I did have a fun story from today, which I don't know. There's something kind of crummy about maybe going out the gate with it, but I had an experience today. Thank you, Cree. I am going to read the event though, but yeah, if you want to hear a fun sort of behind the scenes streamer story, I can tell you about the cool thing that I was up. Well, not exactly the cool thing I was up to, but also something related to it. Taught of God. So let us see what Wikipedia has to tell us about the world. Ammonius Saccas was a Hellenistic Platonist, self-taught philosopher from Alexandria. I already like this guy. Generally regarded as a precursor to Neoplatonism and or one of its founders. He is mainly known as the teacher of Plotinus, whom he taught from 232 to 242. He was undoubtedly the biggest influence on Plotinus in his development of Neoplatonism, although little is known about his own philosophical views. Later Christian writers have stated that Ammonius was a Christian, but it is now generally assumed that there were different Ammoniuses of Alexandria who wrote biblical texts. There was a different Ammonius of Alexandria who wrote biblical texts. The origins and meaning of Ammonius' cognomen, Saccas, are disputed. Many scholars have interpreted it as indicating he was a porter in his youth, a view supported in antiquity by Byzantine bishop Theodoret. Others have asserted that that this is a misreading of Saccas for Saccophorus, porter. Some others have connected the cognomen with Saccaius, an ancient ruling clan of India, claiming that Ammonius Saccas was of Indian origin. This view has both been subsequently contested and supported by more recent scholarship. Some scholars supporting Ammonius's Indian origin have also contended that this ancestry is consistent with the passion of his foremost student Plotinus for India, and helps to explain the philosophical similarities between Vedanta and Neoplatonism, which many scholars attribute to Indian influence. If you don't mind, I actually have a Neoplatonist reader, and I wanted to see if he shows up in it. I think it starts with Plotinus, but I'm curious. I've actually been reading, so specifically because of Old World, I've actually been going back and reading a lot of my, old world books, I'll call them. It's not too far away. So I have a Bible, so like Old New Testament and the Apocrypha. Plato, my pre-Socratics reader, Hellenistic reader, my Neoplatonist reader. What else? Collected works of Plato, I think I already said. I've got a few like scholarly works, so what is it? W.K.C. Guthrie's work on pre-Socratics. Iliad, the Odyssey. The thing is like the literature stuff, like I'm already reading the literature because I want to read more fiction, so that's not quite like I don't think it's fair to say that things like the Iliad are irrelevant, but I've been trying to do things that are maybe a little bit more related to the sacred and the profane. But by far the most interesting one is this collection that I think I inherited from my dad called The Other Bible, and it's actually a collection of sort of Gnostic texts and basically just the sort of thing that didn't wind up in the Bible but would have been sort of contemporary around that time. So, and again, the effort has been to try and read these not necessarily as like a Sunday school student or something like that, but to maybe gain a little bit more of a grounding in some of this knowledge other than just reading Wikipedia or just letting the game sort of guide me by the hand. Anyways, I did say I was going to take a look, so I'm pretty sure it just starts with Plotinus. So my Neoplatonist reader has Plotinus, Porphyry, Iamblichus, Proclus, and that's it. And I remember this one very well because I believe I did a paper on beauty, and I'm pretty sure I wore this part out, and then I also had like all sorts of little stickies and all of that on, the Symposium, the Phaedrus, just, yeah. Oh yeah, here we go. This is actually one of the very few times I've actually written in the margins of something. Which is funny because this book does not actually have very thick margins. Okay, anyways. Enough of school reminiscences. On the other hand, scholars contesting his Indian origins point out that Ammonius was from the Bruchian quarter of Alexandria, which was the royal quarter of the city inhabited mostly by Greeks, and that the name Ammonius was common to many Greeks, with a number of scholars and historians supporting a Greek origin for Ammonius, though his name is theophoric to the deity Ammon, indicating possible Egyptian origin. Most details of Ammonius's life come down from the fragments left from Porphyry's writings. The most famous pupil of Ammonius Saccas was Plotinus, who studied under Ammonius for 11 years. According to Porphyry, in 232, at the age of 28, Plotinus went to Alexandria to study philosophy. In his 28th year, he, Plotinus, felt the impulse to study philosophy and was recommended to the teachers in Alexandria, who then had the highest reputation. But he came away from their lectures so depressed and full of sadness that he told his trouble to one of his friends. The friend, understanding the desire of his heart, sent him to Ammonius, whom he had not so far tried. He went and heard him, and said to his friend, "This is the man I was looking for." From that day he stayed continually with Ammonius and acquired so complete a training in philosophy that he became eager to make acquaintance with the Persian philosophical discipline and that prevailing among the Indians. According to Porphyry, the parents of Ammonius were Christians, but upon learning Greek philosophy, Ammonius rejected his parents' religion for paganism. This conversion is contested by Christian writers Jerome and Eusebius, who state that Ammonius remained a Christian throughout his lifetime. Porphyry plainly utters a falsehood, for what will not an opposer of Christians do? He says that Ammonius fell from a life of piety into heathen customs. Ammonius held the divine philosophy unshaken and unadulterated to the end of his life. His works yet extant show this, as he is celebrated among many for the writings which he has left. I'm sorry, I just really love the idea of these early Christian figures. Yeah, well, I mean, they weren't Christians, so obviously they're going to say a bunch of lies about what he did. However, we are told by Longinus that Ammonius wrote nothing, and if Ammonius was the principal influence on Plotinus, then it is unlikely that Ammonius would have been a Christian. One way to explain much of the confusion concerning Ammonius is to assume that there were two people called Ammonius: Ammonius Saccas, who taught Plotinus, and Ammonius the Christian, who wrote biblical texts. Another explanation might be that there was only one Ammonius, but that Origen, who found the Neoplatonist views of his teacher essential to his own beliefs about the essential nature of Christianity, chose to suppress Ammonius's choice of paganism over Christianity. The insistence of Eusebius, Origen's pupil, and Jerome, all of whom were recognized fathers of the Christian Church, that Ammonius Saccas had not rejected his Christian roots, would be easier for Christians to accept than the assertion of Porphyry, who was a pagan, that Ammonius had chosen paganism over Christianity. To add to the confusion, it seems that Ammonius had two pupils called Origen the Christian and Origen the pagan. Of course he did. It is quite possible that Ammonius Saccas taught both Origens, and since there were two Origens who were accepted as contemporaries, it was easy for later Christians to accept that there were two individuals named Ammonius, one Christian and one pagan. Among Ammonius's other pupils were Herennius and Cassius Longinus. Philosophy. Heracles, writing in the 5th century, states Ammonius's fundamental doctrine was that Plato and Aristotle were in full agreement with each other. He was the first who had a godly zeal for truth and philosophy and despised the views of the majority, which were a disgrace to philosophy. He apprehended well the views of each of the two philosophers, Plato and Aristotle, and brought them under one and the same noose, and transmitted philosophy without conflicts to all his disciples, and especially to the best of those acquainted with him, Plotinus, Origen, and their successors. According to Nemesius, the bishop and Neoplatonist, circa 400, Ammonius held that the soul was immaterial. Little is known about Ammonius's role in the development of Neoplatonism. Porphyry seems to suggest that Ammonius was instrumental in helping Plotinus think about philosophy in new ways. But he, Plotinus, did not not just speak straight out of the books, but took a distinctive personal line in his consideration and brought the mind of Monius to bear on the investigation in hand. Two of Ammonius' students, Origen the Pagan and Longinus, seem to have held philosophical positions which were closer to Middle Platonism than Neoplatonism, which perhaps suggests that Ammonius' doctrines were closer to those of Middle Platonism than the Neoplatonism developed by Plotinus. See the Enneads. But Plotinus does not seem to have thought that he was departing in any significant way from that of his master. Like Porphyry, the life of Plotinus, and also Nemesius refers to Ammonius Saccas as the teacher or the master of Plotinus. It is actually worth mentioning here. What's kind of funny is that I remember when doing the beauty work from Plotinus, you can see, like, on the face of it, it really does actually seem to contradict what is in Plato. And there's a couple of ways, at least my understanding is, there's a couple of ways to explain that. One is to sort of acknowledge that you will refer to a master and sort of be doing a commentary on a master to just sort of push in your own thoughts on things. But there is the other way of thinking about it, which is to basically just take the writer's word for it. If they don't think that they are necessarily contradicting the work of the, the person they're referring to, in this case, Plato, take that as far as you can until you run into something impossible. And one of the things that's interesting about doing that kind of work is you will read Plato a lot more closely than maybe you would under other circumstances, right? If I try to read Plato as Plotinus did, not an easy task to do for anyone who's not brilliant, which I'm certainly not. It's definitely going to give you another thing. But I mean, it's definitely going to give you another perspective. But again, the challenge here is you kind of have to find this stuff interesting. I will also mention, in terms of Neoplatonists, I believe Hypatia is a character that shows up in this. But anyways. One of Zyra's teachers has been especially influential on the young mind. The teacher is a self-taught philosopher, raised as a Manichaean before converting to Carthaginian paganism later in life. Damn it, man! Zyra writes to you with a moral dilemma. The young student is enraptured by the teachings and wants to share them with the world, but the elder tutor has made all of his students swear to secrecy. What will you advise? Encourage Zyra to keep the sanctity of secrecy, and they'll become loyal, or Zyra shouldn't be scared to share these new ideas. Princess Zyra becomes a Neoplatonist. What does that do? Well, I think it tells us already. Wisdom and discipline. But let's be sure. Oh, come on. Ah! Yeah. Stealing talent. Chancellor Balzabel has come to you with an unexpected proposal. The Chancellor has made contact with a talented administrator from the court of Queen Libali Sharat, the capable of Assyria, who would be willing to move to your court instead of being mistreated and overlooked in the Assyrian court. Adopting the minister will undoubtedly anger Queen Libali Sharat, the capable of Assyria. Will the plan go ahead? I don't see a huge problem with that. The Assyrians are strong, but not overwhelming. Oh, they do count as stronger. Okay. But we are on fairly good terms, so let's bring him to the court. New court minister, Esarhaddon has joined the court. His aptitude in matters of state will keep Carthage moving forward. Lysia is governor of Salde and a court minister. Let's make him inspiring. Alright, so many improvements to make. Let's start with a grove, though. So as promised, I'm going to build as many sort of towns and hamlets and such as I can. Perfect. Okay, so we want to get this unit to safety. Close, but not quite there. I guess that sets my ruler up for the next attack. All right, let's heal up the units that we can. You stay put. You stay put. You can heal. I think we need you to deal with the bad guys. Actually, slightly different order. I know I keep saying it, but this game really has a very lovely score. Okay, so 2 disciples, and then we will build a moat. Then we will build an archer and walls. Apparently we already built the walls here. So we're going to be close, but I think we are going to achieve this ambition. Yikes! Double yikes. No way! Oh, I should have paid much closer attention. There's no reason why I should be losing elephants like that. Matriarch Barzine the Loyal is now head of Zoroastrianism. Zushan of Keralis has converted to Manichaeism. Duke Hasdrubal is known to hold a willful disregard for the gods. How impious. Hamilcar of Nora has tutored the princess and has gained courage. Influence event has led to something. Okay. Influence of money. Governor Bazai the Scientist asked to speak with you privately, gesturing to a secluded hallway where the two of you can speak privately. Servants and courtiers carry on about their business in the wide halls. Your Majesty has taken an interest in me, Governor Bazai the Scientist says and smiles with practiced ease. But I do not wish to flatter myself. Instead, I would like to propose a deal where I gain your financial support in return for my political support. That's expensive, but we can come to an arrangement. Okay, I think citizenship is where we want to go with this. Given that the Assyrians are stronger than us, I definitely want to be putting some effort into rebuilding the army. Hitali is your aunt and general of the warrior. Go for the crits. I'm going to heal up. We're going to need the help. Oh yes, there was rebellion nearby, wasn't there? I think we just dealt with the rebellion, actually. Okay. This is currently... the princess is a diplomat, so if I can get the charisma, 20% versus 31. Yeah. Okay, let's keep winning over courtiers and generals and such. Converting to the state religion actually probably would have been sufficient, so let's reverse that. Now for my generals. Okay, well, Hamilcar was the last outlier, so let's think about governors now. Hishmat's going to be a tricky one. Okay, what's going on with Carthage? We've got the archive done. I feel like I should be building some more... I do feel like I should be building more units that travel by sea. For now, though, let's go for the moat. Okay, Lixus. We have citizens, but we don't really have any jobs for them to do. Manichaean Disciple is going to take too long, so let's go for an archive. Alright, upgrade Baelbad. Baelbad is your spy master. Let's raise his discipline. Okay, so this gets me the most stuff. Now, this isn't really going to give me access to bullion. There's really no... If I want to keep the numbers even, there isn't really a whole lot. Well, we'll go for the trader. That's reason on its own, honestly. Okay, amphitheater's done. I wouldn't normally have done this, but the game is... I mean, I really do want to get these towns down. That is going to be a very hard one for me to achieve, so the sooner I work on these, the faster I can achieve the goal. Okay, we're going to build a worker first. One bit of good news is that I can heal in this territory. So we'll see the clown show that happens up here, but we should be broadly okay, I think. I may want to redirect some units to this side, actually. I'm still mad about that elephant. Assyria declares war on Babylonia. Ishardon the minister is converted to Manichaeism. A trade mission. Our ambassador, Carthalo, has completed the mission to establish a trade network with Assyria. The Assyrians are willing to trade, but the terms are not generous. So we can trade iron for civics. We can trade iron for training. Wood for orders. God, it's tempting, but for now we'll prefer not to trade. Okay. Metmelkart is you and General of the Warrior. More charisma. You have completed the legacy of King Pharaoh and the Noble. Kill 10 military units with the leader as a general. Okay, now. Seems to me like I'm better served as governor of Carthage. Oh, how much you want to bet I can't put myself there because I've already moved? Mind you, he's King Consort's actually doing a pretty good job too, so maybe we'll get him to take care of a region. Okay, now let's see what we can redirect. So I gotta be careful here, right? I don't want to lose any more units if I can avoid it. Okay, it sucks, but I'm going to force march them. So obviously I'm putting wounded units on the front line, which is not an ideal situation, but it is blunting the attack. Oh, I didn't even think that we'd have another unit available. All right, let's start by... Basically, if it gives me an option to build a temple, I'm going to take it. as basic until I see where, until I see that there's temples everywhere, I'm just going to kind of keep building those. No options. Oh, I'm not going to complain about a harbor, but they are recommending a quarry. So. So like I said, the goal is going to be two Manichaeans, disciples in every city if I can. You're now known as Amat Melkart, the Keystone. The museum has been completed by Carthage. Governor Otir the Witty has died in office. Duke Abodsir the Compassionate has converted to Carthaginian paganism. Oligarch Sophon Seba, the diplomat, has died. Oligarch Hamilcar of Nora is now head of the Maganid family. The convert to state religion mission has led to an event. Spymaster Belbad the Greedy has successfully converted Governor Zohar the Naturalist to his religion. Oligarch Hamilcar of Nora seems surprisingly open to adopting Manichaeism, although there is a catch. I understand that as a Carthaginian, it is my duty to support the state religion. However, there is bad blood between myself and Spymaster Belbad the Greedy. Sorry, but I cannot bring myself to accept Manichaeism with him as the head. Get over it. Following your recent conquest of the Scythians, an exuberant Duke Abdozir the Compassionate approaches you with an idea. Our nation's might grows daily, my lady. Carthage's finest artists and poets are eager to commemorate our recent triumph over the Scythians. Let us honor the occasion with a grand festival. So, +6 legitimacy, it is a good day for Carthage. Let us celebrate the occasion. I thank you for your felicitations, but Carthage must remain focused. I must commemorate the victory myself, or... Okay, so we don't have these. Let's put on the festival. Okay, now, we're going to replace me as the leader of this unit. Now, let's get a list of my cities. Surely there's a way of knowing if there's a governor, right? Okay, so most of my places don't actually have governors. Let's sort this by culture and find the largest. You know what? I'm going to do that. So apparently I can't assign myself as the governor there. Wait a minute, did I not replace myself? Okay, that makes sense. Now I should be able to. Nope. All right then. I guess it's because... Okay, no, I think I know what's happening here. They're not big enough yet. Draw of the Forbidden Ways. The Academy tutors worriedly report that Princess Sayara has been spending time with an eccentric priest during her Manichaean studies. This holy man has been teaching Sayara from esoteric and unorthodox texts that describe rituals and practices banned by the Manichaean leaders. The tutors are worried that this interest in the arcane will lead the young charge down the path of forbidden knowledge. What will you do? So I'm not strict or devout, so indulge Sayara's interest and allow the teaching to continue. So they're going to be unhappy with that, but I will have a magic practitioner. Under Otir the Witty, the governor of Nora has died in office. So yeah, I'm already the governor there. Okay. So I think it's fair to say most of these places just simply cannot get a governor until they have... I think the garrison's the big holdout, but I definitely need to be working on that. Okay, so let's cycle through units. I don't hate the idea of a barracks. I think I like the idea of a garrison even more, though. Okay, I really question this idea of two hamlets beside each other. Well, I mean, what are we gonna do, right? Like... All right. No. Oh, that's right. I think I had it over on this side first. Do I still want to do that, or do we focus a little bit more on... I think I'm going to focus on this side of the map for a little while. But I do definitely want to build up my ships. Actually, yeah, I should be upgrading these ships before too long. Wayward son, a younger son of Babylonia's royal family, has presented himself in Zama as a defector and a great admirer of the culture of Carthage. We can take him into custody, and Babylonia learns, make sure Babylonia learns of our leverage. That's good for legitimacy. Support his dreams of leading an artistic community in Zama, or convince him to return to his homeland, and he'll divide between our nations. I do like the idea of the extra science, but I think in this case we're going to invest in our culture. We're pretty much going to focus on Hati now, so I want as many bodies as I can on this island. Obviously, we're going to be healing a few people as well. But... Okay, we're out of orders. Surely there's something else I can be doing right now. So let's take a look at my generals and see... So the Thracians are the last ones left. Governor Biziah the scientist, governor of Salde, has died in office. General Ahitali, the horsebane of my aunt, general of the warriors, died in the field. Duchess consort Mushktart has converted to Manichaeism, and my tutor mission has led to an event. Ancient lessons. One day, Esarhaddon, the minister, and Zyara take a tour of recently unearthed ruins with a learned scholar. They lay hands upon ancient carvings, sketch the facade of a fallen temple, and explore the depths of an underground tomb. Dusty and exhausted, Esarhaddon attempts to impart the lesson of all this faded glory. The past is beyond us, and we must look to the future. And they become inspiring. Clearly, these ancient people were inferior to us, or we must do all we can to learn from their mistakes. Now, I do like the idea of boosting my culture level, but I am actually going to be putting some more... Actually, no, I am going to put this into the culture. This is partly just because the science mission is going to resolve itself by the time we finish. So, I can do cartography on the way to Lantine Sail. I can do... I think scholarship's an option right now. So as much as I'd love the Free Court Minister, we're going to push hard. Today we grieve the death of Biziah the scientist, a member of the Carthaginian court. His spirit will be venerated and his deeds will be remembered. I'm actually backing that up. I am going to take the court minister because it's only one turn. Divine rule or legal code. The people should worship me as a god, or reason should be the basis of government. So this would be great if I... This would be great if I didn't have a religion, but in this case we'll say reason should be the basis for government. This will be boosting our civics. Governor Biziah the scientist is governor of Salde, and he's died in office. So let's get a replacement. Esarhaddon actually looks like a good option here. Okay, we can build a necropolis. It's going to be very expensive, but I don't necessarily think that's a bad idea just for the extra culture. And 8,000, my god. Oh god, that courthouse is tempting, but let's get some of the luxuries. Okay, first things first, we build a temple. My mace unit is actually one of my best ones, and I'm leaving it as a garrison. I really do question some of my choices. Anyways, we can get into a little trouble here. Oops. Oh, actually, we should be assigning a general at some point. Not my immediate concern, though. Okay. So I believe... Oh, hang on. Is there overlap on that anchor? Nope. Giving up a little too much in my opinion, but we should be able to kind of cover. So the thing that's nice about this, if you can get a bunch of boats, like so, I probably do, 3 or 4 more boats along this route. This is going to be something that will allow me to move my units very rapidly. Now, it's not really going to help the war effort here, but it is definitely going to help me sort of get around, especially if we wind up going against the Assyrians. Which I don't think is going to be happening anytime soon, if I'm completely honest, but you never know, right? Okay, Hamilcar is still upset with me, but it's the only tutor available. Alright. One bit of good news is our spy network's doing quite well. I wasn't expecting that. I was actually kind of expecting that I would... There we go. So obviously it's a massive advantage for us to be able to see everything the Assyrians are up to. And we can definitely see why we should be worried, right? 1, 2, 3, 4... Yeah, so 4 archers, as far as melee units are concerned. 1 axeman, 1 swordsman, 2 axes, pole arm, 3 axes, 2 swords. Yeah, and I mean, this is all stuff that can pretty much come to bear on our border within 1 or 2 turns. Imagine us trying to make the move on Assyria, right? That's not happening. So, on the other hand, though, if we take out Hatti, that puts us in shooting distance with Persia. And Persia is obviously the one who's going to cause us trouble in terms of achieving the goals. Not think that Nora would be idle. Okay, so we've got 3 citizens. Let's say apprentice officer first. Court mourns. Today we grieve the death of Baziah the scientist, a member of the Carthaginian court. His spirit will be venerated and his deeds will be remembered. He served us well. Okay, we've completed a worker in Neapolis. So we'll build an archer now. And that's the end of the year. We are probably going to need to wrap up reasonably soon. So my bit of gossip from today. So I think I had promised that I was going to say the special thing that had come up and that I was doing a little while ago. Now the drawback is, while I did say what it was, I did do a rather poor job of highlighting that it was that thing. So I'm going to take the time to mention it now. And in this particular case, it was the opportunity to record a video for Brace Yourself Games on the Steam page. I'm sure a number of you saw that, but basically the meeting I had been talking about was the chance to build, or not to build, but to make that video they paid me for. I was obviously very happy to do it. And those opportunities have been coming up a little bit more often. In fact, some of you actually know me from the opportunities to do this. Some of you found me through Cultist Simulator, and the way that you potentially found me through Cultist Simulator was the fact that I was broadcasting it on Steam. So that's a wonderful opportunity that I've been given in these cases. But there is actually another funny side to this. So there was someone who sort of stopped by after they realized that I was doing this thing for Brace Yourself. And, they said something just incredibly nice. And, I let them know, yeah, it's kind of funny because, like, I normally think of myself as a data person. And, obviously I am making more money doing streaming when I sort of feel like I'm a second or third rate streamer. Whereas I actually think I do have an advantage in terms of understanding and being able to work with data. Whether that's widely appreciated is a whole other question, right? But the funny thing is that this has given me a degree of confidence in order to be able to ask for, to be paid for certain things. And it's particularly interesting because I am a terrible business person. I'm very bad at setting my price. However, what's happened is because I am charging people who I quite like and would actually be willing to do this stuff for free for, it does make me feel rather strongly about the pay question because, if these people who I would help for free are paying, why would someone who I don't feel that strongly about get the free ride, right? And this came up because, as you know, Next Fest is now underway, and people are gonna have their thing, right? They're gonna want to get word out, and as it happens, I'm not gonna say what the game was. I might say it like in private, but I don't see a lot of value in talking about the individual game because I suspect the people making the game probably weren't the ones to drive this. But I got an email, and it sort of says, footage request. And I actually originally was going to ignore it because it just sort of seemed like a generic kind of request. And then I double-checked the message, and the message was saying, hey, we're wondering if we can use your footage for, X game. Let us know if you give us your permission. Actually, I can give you the specific wording. Pretty sure I didn't delete it. Am I going nuts? There we go. We noticed that you checked out Game when it was available as demo this year. We're happy to say that Publisher, a client of ours, has taken up the mantle of the publisher for this game just announced today. But that's not why I'm writing. Publisher would love to use some of your gameplay footage in the Steam broadcast for Game, and we wanted to see if you were able or interested in providing your gameplay for it. Let us know if you're interested or if you have additional questions, etc. So I respond, hello, thank you for your email. I'm not sure if this is a blanket coverage for anyone who has previously covered the game or if you're specifically looking for my footage. I'm certainly open to the idea, but I would like to know a little bit more about what this would entail. I suspect I would be able to get as close to a source file off of YouTube to share it if this would be of interest and we move ahead with this. Sorry to answer question with a question, but I just wanted to know a bit more, especially as I will likely be able to provide the footage in a format better suited for promotional material. Hey, System Chalk, more questions are always welcome, no worries, and I should have been more specific for sure. We are looking at requesting permission for your footage, yes. The source file would be ideal, but we can certainly look at whatever you're able to pull. The higher quality, the better. At the moment, I believe all we need is written consent to use those files on the game's Steam page to broadcast loop for a set time. If that doesn't answer your questions, please feel free to ask more. So this is the follow-up. Hello, thank you for your clarification. I think I have a clearer idea of this now. My only main question here is if the plan is for the game footage to be run with my commentary on the site, presumably for Next Fest, or if this is just edited as part of a larger file. There are two reasons I make this distinction. I recall I was rather frustrated with the game at the end of the stream, so it would probably be advisable to trim this out, assuming the team isn't aware of this already. Naturally, I would prefer the footage to be helping the game, not detracting from it. Second, if it does include my commentary, was it their intention to pay for the use of this footage? I ask because this is a service I have provided to developers in the past, Weather Factory and Brace Yourself Games most recently. Best System Chalk. So the turnaround time for emails was quite literally minutes until I mentioned the payment. And I have not gotten a reply from this yet. So, now this is interesting, right? Because so there's a little bit of a detail that you should know, and I feel on the odd chance that they do wind up hearing this does potentially put me at a disadvantage. Because I am actually I'm reasonably favorably disposed to this developer. They have done stuff I like in the past, and in fact, it was because I knew someone on the team that I covered it in the first place. If they had said, okay, we didn't really prepare for Next Fest, and we're really looking for footage, and we liked what you did, but we really do not have the money to do this. There is a side of me that would say, you did just get a publisher, and this is marketing, right? So I don't entirely believe you that there's no money for this, but at least we've had the conversation. And you know what? Okay, maybe keep me in mind the next time you have a paid opportunity. But what I love about this, right, is I completely understand the situation that game developers find themselves in. I think gamers as a whole undervalue games. I think, I'll put it to you this way. How much are you all really going to do with $5? I'm not saying that $5 is not important to people. I know someone who's on Snap. I feel very bad whenever I hear that they do actually have to be making decisions like that. $5 does actually mean something for people. But I think for a lot of people, $5 is something that kind of is in the realm of purchases you don't really think about, right? It's the sort of thing where, if you see a bank fee and it's $5, there's at least some types of people who are going to wonder whether or not it's actually worth the time to call the bank over. Now, the other thing is that it may be a principle thing in mind, so you do actually wind up calling the bank. But I think you get the idea that I'm talking about. And I understand that there's a ton of privilege that's being talked about here, and oh yeah, it must be nice that you can give up $5. But it's no, I think you all kind of get where this is coming from. For a number of people, I think it's fair to say that is not a value that's going to really be motivating a lot of decisions. Consider also that a 10% discount on a game is going to 10% discount on a $50 game, which is expensive by the standards of most indies, is going to be $5. Most indies cost less, and so a 10% discount is going to be even less. And yet, you have an entire group of people who will absolutely refuse to buy a game until you start seeing these levels of discount. And the thing is that, even though it's an individual $5 for the purchasers, if you're doing that on, a sales day where all of a sudden, 30% of the people who are going to buy the game that year wind up buying it at a discount like that. That's serious money, right? That is potentially a salary you're looking at there. Maybe that's a community manager that you don't hire, or a junior programmer or something like that. Again, it depends on the game that you're talking about, but it's fair to say, right, that this stuff adds up once you aggregate all of those individual $5 across all of the units sold for a game. So, again, I think it's fair to say, I'd like to think that I've kind of earned my place to say I get it and I'm sympathetic. But there's something very, very interesting about being asked for footage with my commentary on it, right? The one thing that I do have added value for. And the second that it starts talking about money, it's the subject to be ghosted on. Like, the expectation very clearly was that I would be giving this footage up for free. So I don't know, like, again, I know there's a lot of people who stream and they'd be like, oh man, you're such a dick, like, you know, why wouldn't you just give it away for free? I think even if they just asked for the footage, I probably would have said, yeah, you know what, you know, without my voice, there's really no added value, and I certainly didn't get, you know, written permission to cover this game, so I think, you know, this probably works out. But in the end, that didn't happen. So on the odd chance that you're making a game and you're, you know, you were going to ask me to cover it, this doesn't mean I'm not going to do anything for free anymore. Most of the stuff that I do is still going to be for free. But I do think I'm at the point now where maybe it would be nice. Those fish are going to hit the birds if they keep bouncing like this. I do think I'm at the point now where it would be nice to, so that people are not assuming that that's how things are going to be, and that maybe we have the conversation about what the needs for the project are and like what the budget is. And yeah, so I, you know, there's somebody whose opinion I really respect, was very happy that I finally started asking for money, and I think deep down they sort of feel like I should have been asking that a while ago. But of course the end story of that is not I got paid. The end story of that was the preceding like 3 emails were a waste of time. But you do what you can, right? All right, we are the Fountainhead. A cognomen is an acquired title that increases the legitimacy of the leader, such as the Invincible, the Wise, and the Great. New cognomens are acquired when the specific stats associated with that cognomen cross a necessary threshold. For example, one becomes the Wise when discovering a great number of technologies. The Ishtar Gate is completed by Carthage. Duke Abdasir the Compassionate has been feeling quite poor lately. He is now ill. You have successfully exerted your influence upon Oligarch Hamilcar of Nora, but appear weak in the process. Rabbi joins the court. A new court minister, Rabbi, has joined the court. His aptitude in matters of state will keep Carthage moving forward. Okay, so the trireme is probably what I'm going for because, okay, we've got cartography, so it's Lantine Sale, so it's scholarship. Oh, I could have gotten scholarship. I blew this. I don't think there's any way that we can get to fiscal policy now. Not in time. But we will take the trireme just in case. The Apostles. Neighborhoods on the outskirts of Keralis have been visited by 2 shabby men claiming to be apostles or followers of a heavenly prophet. These foreigners attract a sizable crowd to their gatherings. Should we listen to their message or send in the soldiers? No, we're not doing tolerance. Break up the unruly rabble. Origin of the state, but we are going to read the entry. Anyway, sorry, the other detail you should get out of that story is there's another cool thing I'm working on. It's going to take a little bit of effort, but I think it'll be good. Oh, Cree, did you play Book of Hours yet? Origins is the title of a lost work on Roman and Italian history by Cato the Elder, composed in the early 2nd century BC. According to Cato's biographer, Cornelius Nepos, the original Nepo baby, the Origins consisted of 7 books. Book 1 was a history of the founding and kings of Rome. Books 2 and 3 covered the origins of major Italian cities and gave the work its title. The last 4 books dealt with the Roman Republic, its wars, and its growing power, focused on the period between the onset of the First Punic War up to 149 BC. When Cato wrote, there had been 4 major works devoted to Roman history. Naevius and Ennius had written in Latin verse, and Fabius Pictor and Alimentus had written in Greek prose. The 2 poetic works closely tied the history of Rome to its gods. The 2 prose works apparently hewed closely to the Annals or the Pontifex Maximus. Feeling no need to follow precedent, Roman or otherwise, Cato declared, "I do not care to copy what is on the high priest's tablets, how many times grain became dear, how many times the sun or moon were obscured or eclipsed. In his books on the Italian cities, Cato apparently treated each individually and drew upon their own local traditions. The latter books include at least 2 of Cato's political orations verbatim, something thought to have been unique in ancient historiography. The first was his oration to the Roman Senate against declaring war on Rhodes in 167 BC. The other was his oration to the Senate supporting legislation to establish a special court of inquiry regarding Silipus Galba's treatment of the Listiani. Although he avoided mentioning military commanders by name, the work's surviving fragments suggest that he had focused a great deal of attention on his own campaigns as a general. The Origins is a lost work with no complete text surviving to the modern day. Its fragments and other works have been collected and translated. Ancient authors considered Origins to have influenced the style of Sallust. Quintilian cites an anonymous epigram that calls him the great thief of the works of old Cato. Festus felt that the last 4 books on Rome's rising power outweighed the rest, but later Roman historians largely disregarded the Origins because it eschewed consular dating and highlighted his own political career so heavily, though Livy pointedly remarked that Cato was a man to minimize his own achievements. His near contemporary, Dionysius of Halicarnassus, cites Cato's first 3 books in his history, calling Cato among the most learned of Roman historians. In the present day, the Origins is considered to be the beginning of proper historiography in Latin and considered to have been an important work in the development of Latin literature. As you can tell, I am fascinated. One thing I am going to credit Old World for, and there are other games that have done this, so Moon Hunters did a very good job of making me interested in sort of the mythology of the Fertile Crescent and I'm sorry. But yeah, sorry, Moon Hunters. There was another game I was thinking of that I can't remember the name of now. I actually also have a GMT game called Genesis, which I think is a... Is it called Genesis? I'm like 90% sure it's called Genesis. Anyways, I believe it's a Bronze Age war game. Fairly complicated one, actually. But it's definitely one that's given me a greater appreciation of the history. The other thing that's true is I've got an Encyclopedia of Warfare now, and obviously it starts with the earliest wars, which are not going to be, Greek phalanxes and Roman legions. And I think the one side effect of that has been that these interests were simmering, but I think Old World has done such a good job of just pushing me over the edge to actually even just read like a Wikipedia entry or something like that. And I appreciate it because it's really kind of pushing me to spend some more time thinking about this stuff. No, we've been too exhausted after your own thing today, but you full plan on it tonight after a few hours nap. Excellent. I'd love to know what you think of it. All right, Cato, the great thinker and politician in Gadir, comes forward with a text chronicling the story of Carthage. Oh, man. This is the subject of an alternate history. His account includes all the major events in the nation's history, both inspiring and tragic, and spares no one in its critical assessment. Should we make this document available to all, or should we prohibit its distribution to protect the state? Actually, are you on the Discord for that game? Because I was up to my usual self there. You may appreciate it. Okay, document available to all in exchange for culture. Bury the document to protect those involved, which will make the families happy, or recruit the politician Cato to court. Cato has a number. Yeah, you know what? Add him to the court. A new court minister, Cato, has joined the court. His aptitude in matters of state will keep Carthage moving forward. Welcome, Cato the Compassionate. A visitor from the East. Courtiers gossip about the arrival of a noted scholar and philosopher from the Far East, a man who went into self-exile rather than serve a dishonorable lord. This foreigner, Confucius, has asked for an audience with you. He wishes to expound on subjects of politics and morality. His ideas seem strange, but powerful. So we can get another minister, gather our advisors to hear his teachings, or I do not take advice from a foreign prophet. So I do like the idea of lowering the discontent in Thapsus, but I think in this case, let's invite him to stay in the court. A new court minister, Confucius, has joined the court. His aptitude in matters of state will keep Carthage moving forward. Welcome, Confucius the Gracious. A fiery ride. I'll send you some screenshots. I may also have a DM from someone whose initials are LB regarding my nature. All right, Bendis. Bendis was a Thracian goddess associated with hunting in the moon. Worship of the goddess seems to have... Sorry. Worship of the goddess seems to have been introduced into Attica around 430 BC. Some writers identified Bendis in Attica with the goddess Artemis, but at the temple of Bendis at Piraeus, this, by the way, Piraeus comes up in Plato, which was near the temple of Artemis, clearly display the two goddesses were distinct. She's a huntress like Artemis, but was often accompanied by dancing satyrs and maenads. Sorry, I really don't know how to pronounce this stuff. As represented on 5th century red figure stemless cup at Verona. The Greeks wrote of Bendis as one of 7 daughters of Zeus who were turned into swans who would later reappear in human forms driving a golden carriage and teaching crowds. By a decree of the Oracle of Dodona, which required the Athenians to grant land for a shrine or temple, her cult was introduced into Attica by immigrant Thracian residents. And though Thracian and Athenian processions remained separate, both cult and festival became so popular that in Plato's time its festivities were naturalized as an official ceremonial of the city-state, called the Bendidaea. Among the events were nighttime torch races on horseback. All right, and unfortunately, Wikipedia beat me on this because I was saying we've got Piraeus in the Republic, and I was going to say, and by the way, but here we go, mentioned in Plato's Republic, you haven't heard that there is to be a torchlight race this evening on horseback in honor of the goddess? On horseback, said I. That is a new idea. Will they carry torches and pass them along to one another as they race with the horses? Or how do you mean? That is the way of it, said Polemarchus. And besides, there is to be a night festival which will be worth seeing. So this is a very famous opening to Republic where kind of Socrates is hanging out in Piraeus. A couple of people say, "Hey, Socrates, let's have a friendly chat. And if you don't come, we're going to force you." And then they talk for like 12 books about stuff. Anyways, or 10 books. I think it's 12. Let's find out. Books. In Piraeus, there was a temple of the goddess which was called Benedidaon. A red figure, Skyphos, now at Tübingen University, of circa 440 to 430, seems to commemorate the arrival of the newly authorized cult. It shows Themis, representing traditional Athenian customs, and a booted and cloaked Bendis, who wears a Thracian fox skin cap. A small marble votive stele of Bendis, circa 400 to 375 BC, found at Piraeus, pictured left, shows the goddess and her worshippers in bas-relief. The image shows that the Thracian goddess had been strongly influenced by Athenian conceptions of Artemis. Bendis wears a short chiton like Artemis, but with an Asiatic snug-sleeved undergarment. She is wrapped in animal skin like Artemis and has a spear, but has a hooded Thracian mantle fastened with a brooch. She wears high boots. In the 4th century BC terracotta figurine, pictured right, she is similarly attired and once carried a wooden spear. Or wooden spear. Elsewhere in Greece, the cult of Bendis did not catch on. Just as in all other respects, the Athenians continue to be hospitable to things foreign, so also in their worship of the gods, for they welcomed so many of the foreign rites that they were ridiculed for it by comic writers and among these were the Thracian and Frisian rites. Strabo, geography. The Frisian rites Strabo mentioned referred to the cult of Cybele, which was also welcomed in Athens in the 5th century. The Athenians may have blended the cult of Bendis with the equally Dionysiac Thracian revels of Cottus mentioned by Aeschylus and other ancient writers. Archaic female cult figures unearthed in Thrace, modern-day Bulgaria, have also been identified with Bendis. Bendinda Peak on Trinity Peninsula in Antarctica is named after the goddess. You've been invited to Neapolis to participate in its grand celebration honoring the goddess of the hunt. Riders will race along a treacherous path in the dark of night, passing torches. This is the city's first such competition, and they would like you to attend as a guest of honor. Review the riders on their steeds and place your wager. So, Sabat on Thunderhead, Puzarasher on Phoenix, Ildash on Frogface. I'm not an equestrian, so let's go Sabat on Thunderhead. Your horse and rider have failed to claim victory in the grand celebration. At least the wager will go to a good cause. As tempting as it is to become equestrian, let's say maybe next time. All the most fashionable families in Thanane have been commissioning paintings from a talented new artist. Shall the court consider new artistic projects? So we need a new royal portrait painter for extra culture in Carthago, or commission a large public mural. Let's go for the large public mural. All right, the Ishtar Gate. Now, we've read this one before, so I'm going to leave this one aside. And I regret it slightly, but I do actually need to make some progress. It is done. Around the inner city of Keralis, the Ishtar Gate stands guard over the most sacred of routes, the processional way, an important part of the New Year celebrations. An inscription on the gate says how the workers thus adorned them with luxurious splendor so that mankind might gaze on them in wonder. And how wondrous they are. The clay bricks are glazed within a brilliant blue hue and covered with reliefs of bulls, dragons, lions, and other sacred animals. These gates will stand as a testament to our people for all time. With this wonder, my legacy will endure. Okay. More goodies. It looks like we're already pushing. Maybe not. Let's try inducting him. I wonder if that'll improve his mood. I don't hate the idea of a theater, but let's get the pastor down first. We have an option for an amphitheater here. Let's go for it. The defector, in the midst of the fighting, General Hanno of Salde was sought out by the Carthaginian officer Supiluluma, Rather than fighting, the warrior threw down his sickle sword at the general's feet and allowed himself to be taken into custody. Questioning the officer after battle, Hanno reports that he claims to be a Manichaean defector, choosing to fight with a nation that follows the faith rather than his homeland. Hanno doubts the story, but refers to your decision about what to do with the turncoat. Ignore the warnings and accept the defector, or execute him as a spy. Take the defector. New court soldier has joined the court. His experience in matters of war will keep Carthage safe. Or possibly betray us. Okay, now I need to get some healing in before I go too crazy. Okay, I'm actually going to tab through because I feel like there's other priorities that need to be dealt with in the city. Okay, archive's done. We've got extra citizens. Well, we can build a miner first. Let's wait on that miner, actually. Oh boy. Okay, let's add a general. I think I'm going to leave the rest of this aside for now. I feel like I should be doing some other tasks. Okay. Let's push ahead. Okay, I'm not panicking about a militia yet. Patriarch Amua the Younger is now head of Christianity. Duke Abdusir the Compassionate is thankfully feeling much better now and is no longer ill. I do want to take a second here just to make sure that everybody's got a spouse. Agent caught! Persia is growing bold, stealing into Carthago during the night. Their agent oligarchs, Smerdis the Younger, attempted to sabotage the streets and bridges to that keep the city running. Thankfully, Smerdis was caught before any serious harm was done. Now Persia is denying any involvement, leaving their agent in your hands. What will you do with the would-be saboteur? So make an example of him to deter any other agents. Recruit him to serve you. Convince him to share the secrets of those who left him to rot. Works for me. Enemy on the march. Hati has used a forced march to bring their scout to the front line. Forced march requires training to be spent, but allows a unit to move beyond its natural fatigue by spending double orders. Forced march can be very powerful, allowing units to cover a great distance in one turn. This can be used offensively to bring units to the front faster, or it can be a powerful defensive tool that lets you rapidly bring a large force to defend against an attack. By using forced march, Hati was able to bring more units to the fight, but the large cost in training and orders limits how often this can be used. I will be careful with enemy marches. Mutual benefit. A messenger has arrived from Persia with an intriguing offer. Queen Azarmikdot, the Able of Persia, finds herself with a strong military, but a shortage of resources. And her message suggests perhaps we can both benefit from this situation. For a modest fee, you can acquire the services of powerful Palatine cavalry, a rare sight outside of the forces of Persia. Of course, the message concludes, if you refuse, I will need to find some other use for my excess forces, and they may end up in Carthago regardless. So I'm actually okay spending, especially if it's iron and food. Politics studies. Now that Princess Zyara has completed her study of politics, how should she contribute to the court? And honestly, another diplomat is exactly what we want here. Diplomats from Hati have arrived with an unusual request. They are approaching a significant Zoroastrian festival and are requesting a temporary truce to be able to focus on their religious observances. Oh, man. I'm gonna refuse. I can't afford it. Okay, healing for all. So before I worry about my warlike ways, I want to see if there's any tasks to perform. Okay, usual story here. We're going to build an archer and then walls. Bam. So I don't think we need any settlers for now. Master Poet will cost a citizen. I can live with that. Okay, this is gonna sting cash-wise, but all right. Now we start getting some conversions in. First things first. Let's make sure that Carthage is. Okay, I can build another harbor. Seems like the right call. Okay. Foolish. Be victorious in this. Is it Narkikai or Narkizi? It's your guy, Mad King, with my new handle rebranding. Okay, you're definitely going to have to tell me how to pronounce that. Narkexi. Thank you very much for... My god, has it really been 25 months? God, it feels a lot shorter. Certainly a very enjoyable time. How have you been? As I feel like I particularly need to shout this account out, especially given the rebranding, because I have actually watched the former Mad King, now Narkixie, on stream. Actually, you will be interested to know, you know that Phantom Brigade's getting a full release this month, right? If not, I know what your next stream's going to be. Anyways, great to see you. Thank you very much for continuing to subscribe. The Battle of Milvian Bridge. The Battle of Milvian Bridge took place between Roman Emperor Constantine I and Maxentius on the 28th of October 312. It takes the name from the Milvian Bridge, an important route over the Tiber. Constantine won the battle and started on the path that led him to end the Tetrarchy and become the sole ruler of the Roman Empire. Maxentius drowned in the Tiber during the battle. His body was later taken from the river and decapitated, and his head was paraded through the streets of Rome on the day following the battle before being taken to Africa. According to Christian chroniclers, Eusebius of Caesarea and Lactantius, the battle marked the beginning of Constantine's conversion to Christianity. Eusebius of Caesarea recounts that Constantine and his soldiers had a vision sent by the Christian god. This was interpreted as a promise of victory if the sign of Chi Rho, the first two letters of Christ's name in Greek, was painted on the soldiers' shields. The Ark of Constantine, erected in celebration of victory, certainly attributes Constantine's success to the divine intervention. However, the monument does not display any overtly Christian symbolism. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm not an expert on OBS, Narkexi, but I will say I have actually struggled with OBS settings fairly recently, and I think I found a couple of things which may be helpful. So if you want, feel free to DM me at some point. I'm probably going to be pretty tied up tonight, but as long as you don't mind a little bit of lag between asking the question and me sending some things off, I can at least try and offer some signposts, maybe is the best way to put it. I don't think I'm in a position to tell people like how their computer works or what they need to do, but I think I can at least offer some suggestions that have worked out for me. Cool. The underlying causes of the battle were the rivalries inherent in Diocletian's tetrarchy. After Diocletian stepped down on the 1st of May 305, his successors began to struggle for control of the Roman Empire almost immediately. Although Constantine was the son of the Western Emperor Constantius, the tetrarchic ideology did not necessarily provide for hereditary succession. When Constantius died on the 25th of July 306, his father's troops proclaimed Constantine as Augustus in Eboracum, York. In Rome, the favorite was Maxentius, the son of Constantinus' imperial colleague Maximin, who seized the title of emperor on the 28th of October 306. But whereas Constantine's claim was recognized by Galerius, ruler of the eastern provinces and the senior emperor in the empire, Maxentius was treated as a usurper. Galerius, however, recognized Constantine as holding only the lesser imperial rank of Caesar. Galerius ordered his co-Augustus Severus to put Maxentius down in early 307. Once Severus arrived in Italy, however, his army defected to Maxentius. Severus was captured, imprisoned, and executed. Galerius himself marched on Rome in the autumn, but failed to take the city. Constantine avoided conflict with both Maxentius and the Eastern Roman emperors for most of this period. By 312, however, Constantine and Maxentius were engaged in open hostility with one another. Although they were brothers-in-law through Constantine's marriage to Fausta, sister of Maxentius, in the spring of 312, Constantine gathered an army of 40,000 soldiers and decided to oust Maxentius himself. He easily overran northern Italy, winning two major battles, the first near Turin, the second at Verona, where the Praetorian prefect, Ruserius Pompanius, Maxentius' most senior general, was killed. Cool, thank you. Vision of Constantine. It is commonly understood that on the evening of the 27th of October, with the armies preparing for battle, Constantine had a vision which led him to fight under the protection of the Christian God. Some details of that vision, however, differ between the sources reporting it. Lactantius states that in the night before the battle, Constantine was commanded in a dream to delineate the heavenly sign on the shields of his soldiers on the deaths of the precursors. He followed the commands of his dream and marked the shields with a sign denoting Christ. Lactantius describes that sign as a starogram, or a Latin cross with its upper end rounded in a P-like fashion. There is no certain evidence that Constantine ever used that sign, opposed to the better-known Chi-Rho sign described by Eusebius. I am curious about this sign. Okay, no, this is, yeah. From Eusebius, two accounts of the battle survive. The first, shorter one, in the ecclesiastical history, promotes the belief that the Christian God helped Constantine, but does not mention any vision. In his later life of Constantine, Eusebius gives a detailed account of a vision and stresses that he had heard the story from the emperor himself. According to this version, Constantine with his army was marching. Eusebius does not specify the actual location of the event, but it is clearly not in the camp at Rome, when he looked up to the sun and saw a cross of light above it. And with it, the Greek words... so we go from Greek to Latin. Usually translated in Latin as in hoc signo vinces. The literal meaning of the phrase in Greek is, in this sign conquer, while in Latin, in this sign you shall conquer. A more free translation, though, would be, through this sign you shall conquer. At first he was unsure of the meaning of this apparition, but in the following night he had a dream in which Christ explained to him that he should use the sign against his enemies. Eusebius then continues to describe the liberum, the military standard used by Constantine in his later wars against Licinius, following the Chi-Rho sign. The accounts of the two contemporary authors, though, are not entirely consistent. They have been merged into a popular notion of Constantine seeing the Chi-Rho sign on the evening before the battle. Both authors agree that the sign was not widely understandable to denote Christ, although among the Christians it was already being used in the catacombs along with other special symbols to mark and or decorate Christian tombs. Its first imperial appearance is on a Constantinian silver coin from circa 317, which proves that Constantine did use the sign at that time, though not very prominently. He made more extensive use of the Chi-Rho and the labrum later during the conflict with Licinius. Some have considered the vision in a solar context, as a solar halo phenomenon called a sundog, which may have preceded the Christian beliefs later expressed by Constantine. Coins of Constantine depicting him as a companion of a solar deity were minted as late as 313, the year following the battle. The solar deity Sol Invictus is often pictured with a nimbus or a halo. Various emperors portrayed Sol Invictus on their official coinage, with a wide range of legends, only a few of which incorporated the epithet Invictus, such as the legend Soli Invicto Comiti, claiming the unconquered sun. Another reference for at least Cree. As a companion to the emperor, used with particular frequency by Constantine. Constantine's official coinage continues to bear images of Sol until 325-6, a solidus of Constantine, as well as a gold medallion from his reign depicting the emperor's bust in profile, jugate with Sol Invictus, with the legend Invictus Constantinus. The official cults of Sol Invictus and Sol Invictus Mithras were popular amongst the soldiers of the Roman army. Statuettes of Sol Invictus, carried by the standard bearers, appear in 3 places in reliefs of the Arch of Constantine. Constantine's triumphal arch was carefully positioned to align with the colossal statue of Sol by the Colosseum, so that Sol formed the dominant backdrop when seen from the direction on the main approach towards the arch. I mean, they spend so much time trying to explain this natural phenomena, but obviously it's Christ who came down and told Constantine what to do. Your favorite phrase from Rome is from Publius Cornelius Scipio upon seeing Hannibal coming over the Alps. Wait, is this true? That can't possibly be right. Okay, good. Sorry, this is like the 4th or 5th article that I've been reading, so I'm like pretty much open to everything at this point. All right, events of the battle. Constantine reached Rome at the end of October 312, approaching along the Via Flaminia. He camped at the location in Melbourne. Can you please just start using real names? Like, what's wrong with Ottawa and Medicine Hat? He camped at the location of Medicine Hat near Prince George, where remnants of the Constantinian monument, the Arch of Medicine Hat, in honor of the occasion, are still extant. Constantine reached Rome at the end of October 312, approaching along the Via Flaminia. He camped at the location of Malborghetto near Prima Porta, where remains of a Constantinian monument, the Arch of Malborghetto, in honor of the occasion, are still extant. It was expected that Maxentius would remain within Rome and endure a siege. He had successfully employed this strategy twice before during the invasions of Severus and Galerius. Instead, Maxentius had organized the stockpiling of large amounts of food in the city in preparation for such an event. Surprisingly, he decided otherwise, choosing to meet Constantine in open battle. Ancient sources commenting on these events attribute the decision either to divine intervention, e.g., Lectinius Eubysius, or superstition, Zosimus. They also note that the day of the battle was the same day as his accession, the 28th of October, which is generally thought to be a good omen. Additionally, Maxentius is reported to have consulted the oracular Sibylline books, which stated that on October 28th, an enemy of the Romans would perish. Maxentius interpreted this prophecy as being favorable to himself. Mactanius also reports that the populace supported Constantine with acclamations during circus games. Maxentius chose to make his stand in front of the Milvian Bridge, a stone bridge that carries the Via Flaminia road across the Tiber River into Rome. The bridge stands today at the same site somewhat remodeled, named in Italian Ponte Milivo, sometimes Ponte Mol, soft bridge. Holding it was essential if Maxentius was to keep his rival out of Rome, where the Senate would surely favor whoever held the city. As Maxentius had probably partially destroyed the bridge during his preparations for a siege, he had a wooden or pontoon bridge constructed to get his army across the river. The sources vary as to the nature of the bridge central to the events of the battle. Zosimus mentions it vaguely as being constructed in two parts connected by iron fastenings. While others indicate that it was a pontoon bridge, sources are also unclear as to whether the bridge was deliberately constructed as a collapsible trap for Constantine's forces or not. The next day, the two armies clashed, and Constantine won a decisive victory. The dispositions of Maxentius may have been faulty, as his troops seem to have been arrayed with the Tiber River too close to their rear, giving them little space to allow regrouping in the event of their formations being forced to give ground. Already known as a skillful general, Constantine first launched his cavalry at the cavalry of Maxentius and broke them. Constantine's infantry then advanced. Most of Maxentius' troops fought well, but they began to be pushed back toward the Tiber. Maxentius then decided to order a retreat, intending to make another stand at Rome itself. However, there was only one escape route via the bridge. Constantine's men inflicted heavy losses on the retreating army. Finally, the temporary bridge set up alongside the Milvian Bridge, over which many of the Maxentian troops were escaping, collapsed, and those stranded on the north bank of the Tiber were either taken prisoner or killed. Maxentius' Praetorian Guard, who had originally acclaimed him emperor, seemed to have made a stubborn stand on the northern bank of the river. In despair or pardon, they covered with their bodies the place which they had chosen for combat. Maxentius was among the dead, having drowned in the river while trying to swim across it in an attempt to escape, or alternatively, he is described as having been thrown by his horse into the river. Lactantius describes the death of Maxentius in the following manner. The bridge in his rear was broken down. At the sight of that, the battle grew hotter. The hand of the Lord prevailed, and the forces of Maxentius were routed. He fled toward the broken bridge, but the multitude pressing on him, he was driven headlong into the Tiber. Constantine entered Rome on the 29th of October. He staged a grand arrival ceremony in the city and was met with popular jubilation. Maxentius' body was fished out of the Tiber and decapitated. His head was paraded through the streets for all to see. After the ceremonies, Maxentius' head was sent to Carthage as proof of his downfall. Africa then offered no further resistance. The battle gave Constantine undisputed control over the western half of the Roman Empire. Descriptions of Constantine's entry into Rome omit mention of him ending his procession at the temple of Capitoline Jupiter, where sacrifice was usually offered. Though often employed to show Constantine's Christian sensibilities, the silence cannot be taken as proof that Constantine was a Christian at this point. He chose to honor the senatorial curia with a visit, where he promised to restore its ancestral privileges and give it a secure role in his reformed government. There would be no revenge against Maxentius' supporters. Maxentius was condemned to damnatio memoriae. All his legislation was invalidated, and Constantine usurped all of Maxentius' considerable building projects within Rome, including the Temple of Romulus, the Basilica of Maxentius. Maxentius' strongest supporters in the military were neutralized when the Praetorian Guard and Imperial Horse Guard, Equites Singulares, were disbanded. Constantine is thought to have replaced the former Imperial Guards with a number of cavalry units termed Scholae Platinae. How much money do I have to throw at you to get these kinds of readings with theme music behind them uploaded to YouTube? I mean, are you looking for something in specific? Because I am actually going to be doing more reading stuff. I just don't know about the music because I need to make sure that the stuff's royalty free. Significance. Paul K. Davies writes, Constantine's victory gave him total control of the Western Roman Empire, paving the way for Christianity to become the dominant religion for the Roman Empire and ultimately for Europe. The following year, 313, Constantine and Licinius issued the Edict of Milan, which made Christianity an officially recognized and tolerated religion in the Roman Empire. And peace and tranquility followed for the rest of human history. General Dido the Gracious has led her troops to a resounding victory over the Hittite forces. The general claims to have been granted a vision on the way to the fight, in which the flaming cross appeared in the sky, with the words, "Through this sign you will conquer." Under General Dido the Gracious' instructions, her warriors daubed the symbol on their shields and armor before the battle. News of this divine victory is quickly spreading through Carthage. So we can accept the tale. We can encourage Dido to find strength from this new god. Or stop this Christian nonsense. Okay, that's actually good to know. I mean, I didn't mean to sound completely mercenary on this stuff, but it's actually kind of helpful to know. It is helpful to know what people are interested in, because I do think there's a few different ways that I can do this stuff. Oh, never mind. Research time. It's probably scholarship. Like, I want the axes, but I also want fiscal policy, so I'm gonna need coinage too. Ah! Okay, let's end the year. But yeah, I mean, one of the biggest things holding me back are rights. I believe translations fall under their own copyright. So, like, obviously, Ovid does not have a claim on Metamorphoses anymore, but I don't know Latin, and I'm certainly not going to do my own translation of Ovid. So, that means either doing very old translations or doing, like, finding the ones that are like either in public domain or I can get the permissions from. And there are people I can ask. Like, it's not out of the question. But it is just one of these things that I need to be kind of careful in terms of making sure that I'm not taking people's property so I can make YouTube videos. Alright, Matriarch Ildash the Younger, General of the Macemen, has died in the field. King Consort Adonabal the Robust is now head of Carthaginian paganism. Agent Hannah of Salde is converted to Manichaeism. General Dido the Gracious is converted to Manichaeism. Zubath has converted to Manichaeism. General Cato the Compassionate is converted to Manichaeism. The Didonian family is converted to Manichaeism. The tutor mission of Oligarch Hamilcar of Nora has led to an event. Oligarch Hamilcar of Nora has been inducted into the clergy, and I've successfully exerted my influence upon elect Sutarna, but appear weak in the process. The Art of War. Scrolls and maps litter the palace floors as Zyara studies to advance her knowledge of military tactics. Her tutor Hamilcar wants to know what direction he should take in shaping the young tactician's mind. The Art of War takes a lifetime to master, and lessons learned now will lay the foundation of the kind of leader Zyara becomes. So courage or discipline. Let's go for discipline. Now, let's get you a husband. Let's marry into the Didonians this time. What about the rest? So they all have spouses, or they're too young for spouses. Okay, Thapsus can get a governor. Send the ambassador. You know what? I will send the ambassador out, but maybe let's get some other priorities taken care of first. It was General of the Warrior. Let's go for the wisdom. Hanbi is your sister-in-law and general of the chariot. Fierce is really tempting, but we are going to put the points in the wisdom. So I may move the maces. I'm not 100% sure on that yet. Let's build walls and then an archer. Okay, I built a Manichaean disciple. I don't know if I need more of them, though. To be honest, I don't think a stonecutter would hurt here. Okay, let's keep building the buildings. So many things to build. We've got a surplus of training. So we're going to go pretty heavily. I don't think I can afford any more of that. Like I really do want to spend more, but 1,300 is already a lot. Or 700 is a lot, rather. God, I really want to take Aser, knowing that they've got elephants. Agent Amitbal and Nora died while still serving. Hishmat of Keralis is converted to Manichaeism. Keen to indulge in pleasures of the flesh, King Consort Adonabal the Robust is wanton. Better be only wanton with me. Duchess Consort Hanbi the Brave, my sister-in-law, is converted to Manichaeism. And Ambassador Cathalo, the diplomat, is now head of the Maganid family. A new marriage proposal from the Didonians has arrived for your daughter, Princess Zaraya of Carthage. So, she's 19, he's 33, 32, so kind of older, but he's got good stats, so Himilko of Libeum is the best option. Holy teachers, ever seeking to learn more about the divine, Hishmat of Keralis regularly seeks out those with a reputation for being holy teachers. He claims that seeking out these different views tests his faith and leads to a deepened understanding of God. Returning from his latest trip, Hishmat is almost fervent with the ideas of enlightenment and how they reframe the 7 treatises of Mani. Accept these radical ideas as part of Manichaeism. Or refuse to entertain these ideas. Okay, I want to see what the deal is with this theology. So redemption and enlightenment. So we can get growth. And lower discontent, or we can get better production. I'm actually...
سبحوا الله في القديسين سبحوه في جلاد قواته.
He's already upset with me, so I'm gonna hold off.
سبحوا نظير كثرات عظماته.
Obviously, I'm going nuts with the quarries if I can. Okay, we need conversions. Actually, before we do that, now we have the redemption theology. Okay, you go to sleep. I got a bunch of war stuff I want to do, but let's make sure we're taking care of the infrastructure first. Okay, we've got citizens. Jesus. There's so many officers that I can put in. Let's go for... I'm going to split it, so... What, miner? No. Stonecutter. Elixis. Okay, let's try and win over. So Hishmat is definitely going to be a problem. I'm also feeling like we need to get some more conversions in, but... necessary, actually. Duke is a different story. Okay, I think we are ready to start making the wars. So first thing we're going to do is bomb the hell out of the city. Quite there, so I'm going to handle this in a slightly different way. Still not enough to deliver the finishing touch, so... Oh, so darned close. Well, if it's not going to happen. Let's just heal up. Again, we are sincerely hoping the Assyrians do not cause trouble. Yikes! I was not expecting that. Chancellor Beelzebub is converted to Manichaeism. Okay. That didn't help me. Okay. So we have cartography, Lantine Sail. Jurisprudence isn't an option yet. So my best option here is the one that will be fastest to research. So steel it is. Keep doing the battlefield duel. Cato faces down Tucerata the Zealot, with sweat slicking down his hair and sticking the fabric under his armor to his skin. Not that he notices. Every ounce of his being is focused on his opponent's slightest movement. Suddenly, Tucerata lurches towards Cato, his weight shifting from right to left foot as he tries to find an opening. The familiar thud of metal being absorbed by leather lets Cato know that his armor held, but the weight of a blow knocks Cato off balance, and in the opening a second blow finds a crack in his armor and pushes through. However, Tucerata miscalculated. The thrust only grazed Cato, and now Tucerata is too close to maneuver. With a swing, Cato slams his shield into Tucerata's helmet with as much force as he can muster. Tucerata falls backwards, helmet severely dented. The duel ends, but the battle continues. Cato may have won the fight, but the wound aches his side. I'll get them next time. A better strategy is needed, or rigorous training will avoid future wounds. Wisdom. The recruits seizing portions of Tarsa, our soldiers encounter Hittite jails full of foreign captives. Once freed, many of these prisoners offer to replenish our forces on the front lines. Shall these prisoners join our military ranks, or do we grant them asylum in Zama? Warriors it is. They'll replace the ones that we lost earlier. Amazingly, this is still not enough to finish the job. The enemy slinger in a city is very well protected. Units in cities will take only 1 HP damage from an attack until the city's own defenses are breached. Siege units such as onagers are especially effective against cities. The city tile will always count as urban, so any bonuses against urban terrain such as besieger apply against cities. Since cities have potent defenses, especially when boosted by a defending unit, it's often wise to eliminate enemy units in the area before attempting to capture a city. You've taken Tarsa from the Hittites. While they no longer control the city, it will take some time for the people to accept you as their new ruler. Keep a unit stationed in the city for a few years, and the people will soon realize that you're the new ruler in town. I'll keep units in defeated cities in order to take control of them. Alright, we're slowly making progress on this war. I do want to do something with a scout, but I have other tasks on my mind at the moment. That's the citizens spoken for. Okay. So I think the time has come for me to start exploring the world. The Hybrid Delta woodland. I believe I can harvest still, yeah. Oh man, you don't see this every day. I was not expecting to see a free city site like that. Okay, where the hell do I put you? So there's two arguments for what I do with this unit. Either we use it to build more buildings sort of in the region. Or I'm curious why I get a little green indicator. So I'm thinking maybe what we do is we proselytize and then root out. News arrives from Persia that Queen Azarmukdot, the keystone of Persia, is dead. A new ruler, Queen Khurazanim, the new of Persia, has taken the throne. Their opinion of you is now upset. Persia declares war on Hatti. News arrives from Babylonia that Queen Belisuna the Great of Babylonia is dead. A new ruler, Queen Sheratim, the new of Babylonia, has taken the throne. They're also upset with me. With a mild fever and a running nose, King Consort Adonabal the Robust, your husband, governor of Carthage, is rather ill. Sapinbal the Younger is converted to Manichaeism. Ambassador Cartholo the Diplomat has successfully intercessed upon elect Hamilcar on your behalf. The Influence mission has led to an event. The Intercession mission of King Consort Adonabal the Robust to Duke Abdosir the Compassionate has led to an event. Okay, I think this is going to be where I wrap it up because it's quite late. I have to be like physically in the office tomorrow, and I actually have a bit of work that I still need to wrap up. But we are going to do a summary of the run so far. So this is Jan 6th, correct? So we'll save that. Okay. So jurisprudence is the obvious choice for the next one because we want fiscal policy. What I really wanted to do, though, was show the family tree. So we've got Matan. Dido is where we started playing. This led to King Pharaoh. So we had Queen Dido the Noble, King Pharaoh the Noble. This was followed by a fairly brief reign, I feel, of my father, King Rabi, the Drill Master. It says from... I don't know if this is the reign or if this is the time that they had that title. So we are 54, so I guess we're getting on in years. Badashtar, I believe, was exiled. But we do have children. 2 of them. None of them have children yet, though. Get on that. And then, of course, we have, Duke Abdasir at 40. He's next in line if Princess Zyara doesn't turn out. He also has Veroan, a schemer. So the succession is pretty well in hand. I do really like the family tree feature of Old World. I know it doesn't really come up a whole lot, but it's nice. It's nice to look at. Feels like an accomplishment. There are a couple of other important shifts that have been brought in. So it's 5 years for jurisprudence. I don't see a way that we're actually going to get. I don't see a way that we're going to get doctrine and fiscal policy in time. I'm going to shoot for it still. Like, there's no point in not going for it, but I just want to be realistic about the fact that there's not that much time left for this legacy. Control 8 towns is also going to be a particularly difficult one. But at the very least here, I've been building these, building these words. Hamlets, which are turning into villages, which will eventually turn into towns. And I mean, look, there's a number of them, right? So what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, really? Just 8? I gotta be missing something. Then there's the ones up here. Oh, here we go. So this one's going to turn into a town in 10 years. I wish I understood a little bit better about how the town development turns out. This is already a village. It might just be a function of time, but if there's something we can do to hurry it along, so much the better. But yeah, the basically what it comes down to is, like, I'm 54. I'm going to have, like, my character is going to pass at some point. And what I would like to do, if I can, is sort of get my affairs in order so that I can, if I am gonna miss the fiscal policy ambition, at the very least we'll be at 8 of 10 ambitions by controlling 8 towns, and then we're 2 away from a victory. Now, the other bit of good news is that we are starting to leapfrog Persia. Now, it is worth mentioning the idea of getting an early win is off the table now. So, actually I should double check that, but yeah, so the double victory would be 74, but obviously if we can get to, if we can get to 60 victory points, there's no way we're, like, basically Persia needs to lose victory points, which is possible, by the way. But we either need to weaken Persia or we need to just race them for points. So I don't see much point in terms of conquest victory. I personally would like to do the ambitions, but it's possible that we're going to really push it on total victory points. You get 3 points for... you get 3 points for strong cities. So my developing cities going to strong culture cities would get me 6 points on its own. So that brings me to 51. I think we have a couple of other wonders that we're going to be finishing as well. Or at the very least, I should be considering them. The biggest obstacle for wonders right now is we've been spending so much money on stone that it's really expensive. So, but we also make a ton of money, so... But in any case, there's a few goals that I'm going to be pursuing. So we seem to be mysteriously on reasonably good terms with Assyria. Like, if they wanted, they could almost certainly roll over us, and there's not a lot that we could do about that. If I was Assyria, I would be eating my lunch right now. Actually, Persia also counts as stronger. So Persia is a real threat to us. Hadi is effectively done. They've got one city somewhere. But essentially, I'm kind of using them as an opportunity to sort of expand my territory. Obviously, I have a chance for another city over here. I'm going to need to somehow like build roads and get this all tied up to my, to my my network. I'm sure we will, but just it's the time that it takes. But yeah, where I'm thinking this goes. So we had a number of wars that we started under the previous ruler. So the war with Hadi will finish one way or the other. Either the Persians will take out the Hittites or we will. The Thracians only have one more city, so it seems to me like we just run in and take their land. Now that's going to involve using another settler. And then essentially the question that I have in front of me would be, do I start a war with Persia, which is a fairly strong enemy and one that can defend itself? Do I start a war with Assyria, which, would involve moving my units all the way over to another side of the world? Or do I sort of double down on my efforts? Do I build as many resources as I can and try to build the last few wonders that I can? So for instance here, do we have, so if I move you in here maybe? Oh wow, we don't even have wonder options. No, that's not true. We have the Acropolis, the Mausoleum. Okay, so improving the culture of my existing cities, so that would bring me up to 51. We can get 4 from building wonders if I'm so inclined. So that would bring me up to 55, and then we would need to find another 5 points, either from bringing strong to legendary, or moving my weak to development. Yeah, we've actually got quite a journey ahead of me still. So we're probably going to get an ambition victory. Anyways, something to think about when I don't need some sleep and to get the writing in. But thank you everybody for sticking with me with Old World. This is actually probably the furthest I've gotten on a stream, and I'm really liking it. I actually particularly like the stuff that the Sacred and the Profane has added, and I do just want to highlight, like, one of the things that I think is such a big deal about it for me is I talked about how, like, the subject for this, like, okay, so like there's the fact that we're in an increasingly secular world, and, I don't have any particular strong religious belief or that, but it's hard for me not to acknowledge the fact that I have, a religious upbringing. I think I'm probably, I don't know if you can take it for granted that people have been to like Sunday school anymore. But I also have an interest in the ancient world. Like I listen, I talked a bit about the classics course and so on. And I think there's something really interesting, and this really brings me back to the stuff originally about civilization that I really liked about it, which was there's only so much time you can spend with civilization and the Civilopedia and not wonder about what the Civilopedia is talking about. And likewise with Old World, right? I'm kind of familiar with some of the concepts. So I knew who Hypatia was. I knew about Paul. There's a number of different figures that are familiar from the ad copy. But what I particularly like here is that I'm coming to Old World, right? A little bit like, Old World is sort of one that enters into the genre with its, the foundation sort of already laid. And instead, this is sort of asking a question about what does a modern 4X look like, and what would they look like if we didn't take all of this stuff for granted. And because I at least have something of this background in my studies, and again, I absolutely do not need to hold myself out as some kind of an expert or anything like that, but I have at least some basic literacy with interacting with these ideas. I like this because it's resulted in me not just reading the Wikipedia articles, but like I said, like I actually went through my library and I picked out a bunch of different books. So again, an Old Testament, the collection of sort of Gnostic and related writings, my Neoplatonist reader. But even then, some of the philosophical texts, which are not necessarily going to be related to the sacred and the profane, but I think would be informing some of the other readings that I'm doing. And it's kind of neat to just sort of see that journey go from, like a little kid sort of sneaking out of bed so that he can play Civilization on the computer when he should be sleeping, to someone who is very much inspired to go to school and, both the learning that I did, but particularly the courses that I chose being inspired by some of those early interests, inspired by those early Civilization games. And now approaching a new game, which is much more focused, but to be able to sort of engage more deeply with some of the texts that I'm already familiar with, but maybe haven't read in a few years. It's something I really like. Specifically, I mean, number one, it's something that I like a lot about gaming in general. But number two, it's something I specifically like about this game. And I think one thing that I attribute to it is, to Old World being the one that brings this specific effect, is the events that they've written. And it's actually why I think The Sacred and the Profane is a really strong DLC. Because it's very easy to dismiss event DLCs as, just writing. And yet I feel like here, the just writing has led me to sort of do some stuff off gaming time to gain a better appreciation of the history and the timing. And again, just to be clear, like I'm not changing my religion or anything like that. But it's interesting to kind of go back and read this with a fresh set of eyes, and maybe to try and regain that kind of that context that I used to try and gain when I was doing my studies. So it's one reason why I keep coming back to this. And even though I realize that people do want to see me do Terra Invicta, I want to get back to Terra Invicta. But I'm glad that you're all patient enough with me to watch me play Old World and kind of get the most out of it myself. Anyways, that is a ridiculously long finale. I don't see anybody doing Old World right now, so let's take a minute here and see if anybody's doing... Oh, interesting. Just trying to find somebody to host. Sorry, I thought I saw somebody playing Phantom Brigade, but that's not a... Terra Invicta is really good, yeah. Okay, so it looks like I don't have anybody playing Old World, unfortunately, but it does look like Dr. Gluon is playing Industries of Titan. And obviously, I like the game a lot. So I do not know who Dr. Gluon is. As always, I like to think the best of the broad... Oh, you know what? I think I was tagged as a mature caster the whole time tonight. I gotta fix that. But yeah, as always, I feel like I should be careful in terms of, I don't want like hosts to seem like they are endorsements. I don't know what the deal is with these people. Sometimes it has not turned out all that well, but let's hope for the best. They are playing a game that I like a lot, and I wish that it was getting a little bit more respect on Steam. But one way or another, please treat them well. Please give them a reason to keep doing Industries of Titan. And I hope you all have a wonderful evening. I will be back on Wednesday for more Industries of Titan. And on Friday, I have been doing a lot of Cyberpunk. I do feel at some point I should do Against the Storm again. I have no idea what I'm going to do until I stream it, but I will be back Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And I was actually able to record all the Exile episodes this week. So for those of you like watching YouTube, that's still going to be there. I may also try and do a Book of Hours stream, but we'll see. Anyways, have a good night, everybody. Please treat Dr. Glue on well.